All right, we're ready to start the I guess technically this would be the 5th meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee. We welcome you today to our meeting. Ms. Sturm, can we call the roll?
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Dondaraloop.
Here.
Assemblywoman Bilbray-Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Thompson.
Is that Thomas?
My apologies, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Here.
Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. And welcome everyone. We do have a quorum. Let's see. So also in addition, we do have Assemblywoman Anderson with us today. She is one of our alternates, and when I brought this issue up in the meetings, I asked anybody that wanted to participate to let staff know, and that's how come many of you are here because of that. And I offered the same thing to the legislators, anyone that wanted to participate. So she's joining us today, so we welcome you, and she's sitting with us up here. And what I'd like to say today, while this is a posted meeting of the committee, I want to do this a little different today because I really want to get input from you and from the members about this important topic. It's something that we've also been required to do from legislation that would require us to do a study. And so this is part of that process. And so we appreciate you coming today. And it's going to be a little different when we get to public comment. It's going to be a little bit more interactive than we normally do. In fact, I'm probably going to come out there with a microphone and allow you to just give comment from your seat, and then we're going to have some dialogue and can respond and some other things. So it's going to be a little different as we go through this. Just so in looking at and it's going to be, you've seen the agenda, and actually I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not going to go through all the housekeeping things. You all know, if you've got, one thing I will tell you is after each presentation, I'm going to take a break because we need to change some things around. So probably a 5 or 10 minute break in between each one. And we've got at least 4 presentations that we're going to do. And as we do that, so that so that way you could be here and don't have to worry as much about your phones and all that kind of stuff, so we can have this good dialogue. And the only other thing is we need to just make sure when you talk, just make sure you say your name every time, just because with as many people as we have and the dialogue that we're going to have, it'll be hard to keep the record straight. So it is, because it's being recorded. However, I will say, as the chair, I wanted us to be in the same room together to be able to have this discussion. So we won't have anybody joining us remotely except for one of our presenters. So anybody that wants to participate had to be here in the room today, which is not the way we normally do it. But I thought it was important enough to have this discussion. It's really hard with the technology stuff to really get, to be able to have discussion and be able to talk with each other as we do this. So hopefully we don't have any. I mean, if we have technical issues, we'll take a break for those too. So, so with that, let's get started. For purpose of today's meeting, we'll be hearing a presentation on the composition of the boards of trustees of county school districts in Nevada. And this presentation includes an overview from our staff, Jen Sturm from the Legislative Council Bureau. It includes a presentation from Ben Irwin and Lauren Blomquist from the Education Commission of the States. It includes a presentation from Deb Oliver of the Nevada Association of School Boards, and various stakeholders interested in participating in these discussions. So if we don't cover an item that you think we should have talked about in the discussion part, we will have an opportunity to have that. And if an item comes up that we need to address, that we can't address at that moment, we're going to write it on this board over here, and then we'll come back to it when we get to that fourth item. So if there's an issue that you thought we should have talked about that we didn't, we want to make sure we bring that up and have some discussion during that period. And I'm going to allow questions throughout. I want the presenters to be able to give their presentation. If there's if there's some issue that you don't understand while they're presenting, like maybe they use an acronym you don't understand, raise your hand and we'll fix it then. But if we can wait till the end of the presentation, then we'll have full discussion, so that way we get through the presentation as we go through. So this is kind of a special brainstorming meeting, and is the intent to study the composition of school boards. And hopefully we'll get an overview of not just local, but also nationally what's happening. And then we're going to have an open discussion later on. So, and I would like to just remind everyone that we're not here to criticize anyone or criticize how, whatever is going on. We just want to study this issue and see if there's things that we need to do differently here in Nevada and what we could do better. So with that, I'd first like to begin by introducing our facilitator, Mark Quiner. Mark is from the National Conference of State Legislatures, and he's going to help us we don't normally do this in a regular meeting, but he's going to kind of help walk us through, make sure we stay on track and all those kind of things. So Mark, why don't we turn it over to you, and yep. You can use, if you want to use the cordless, you can too, but that one's working also. You just got to push the button.
Okay. Thank you. So this is this is working. Hi, good morning. As the chairman said, I'm from Denver, the National Conference of State Legislatures, and I hate to begin with a confession, but I don't really know education very well. My life is ethics and civility, so I'm just here as a disinterested third party. So don't shoot the facilitator. Anyway, I just wanted to help kind of keep the ball rolling and get some good ideas from you all, et cetera. So I guess first up is my friend Jen Sturm from the LCB. You want to come up? You're coming up here, Jen? Okay, thank you.
This, Senator Dennis, one thing I will mention also that Mark will be getting up and down and writing things on the board as we go through and making notes, and he's going to follow up as we get going. So welcome, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Jen Sturm, Senior Policy Analyst with the Research Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I first want to thank my colleague, Alex Drozdoff, who helped me put together this presentation. She's not here today, but she assisted in getting all of this together. So we prepared a brief presentation on the background and other relevant information for the meeting today. That's been uploaded into Nellis and provided here in hard copy form. So first, I'd like to remind everyone here of Assembly Bill 495, which passed during the 2021 session. Section 60.5 of that bill directed the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education to conduct a study during this interim concerning the composition of the boards of trustees of county school districts in Nevada, including without limitation the manner in which members of the board are selected. Ultimately, the Committee on Education must report its findings and recommendations for legislation from this study to the LCB director before the start of the next regular session. So if you look, actually, I might switch mics here so I can do my presentation. All right, so I'm going to go ahead to slide 2 at this point. So nationally, you will see local school boards with these types of structures, trustees or members who are elected those who are appointed, or a hybrid of those. In Nevada, local school district trustees are elected. According to the Gwynn Center, governance structure does not have a significant impact on student achievement. And I believe Education Commission of the States, when they present next, will be going over these governance types in greater detail. For slide 3, to provide additional historical background, the territorial legislature first enacted a bill creating a common school system in 1861. Article 2 of the measure provided for an elected county superintendent serving a term of 2 years. The county superintendent was given the responsibility to divide the inhabited portions of the county into school districts, adding or deleting districts in accordance with the public good. Under the authority granted to it by the Nevada Constitution, the legislature established a system of school districts to provide for a mechanism of local control. An 1865 law reaffirmed the formation of local school districts throughout Nevada, with oversight by an elected county superintendent of schools. The superintendent's duties required that he, among other things, apportion funds to the districts within the county and appoint trustees in districts that have not elected trustees. Since then, the structure of Nevada's school districts has changed considerably. The first school districts were local in nature, clustered around populated areas of the state. By the mid-1950s, a comprehensive study of Nevada's system of public education recommended the current system of school district boundaries. And in a special session held in 1956, the Nevada Legislature made extensive changes to the structure of Nevada's public school system. Prior to that passage, Clark County had 19 school districts serving approximately 11,000 students, and each district with their own board of trustees. Among other changes, the legislature eliminated the 208 legally active local school districts, again, each with their own boards of trustees, which had existed in Nevada, and replaced them with just 17 districts, each of which is coterminous with county boundaries. Okay, that brings us to slide 4 and what we see today. The boards of trustees of county school districts are composed of either 5 or 7 members. Districts with more than 1,000 pupils have 7-member boards. Members serve for 4 years. Members of Nevada's local school boards are elected at large in each school district. Larger counties elect them by district. In terms of policy roles, Nevada school district boards of trustees carry out a number of policy roles, which include approving curriculum, enforcing courses of study prescribed by statute, administering the state system of public instruction, establishing district policies and procedures, and providing oversight of the school district's funds and budget. Trustees are paid a monthly salary, and the amount depends on the county in which they serve. In addition to salaries, trustees are also provided certain travel expenses. Finally, trustees are required to complete professional development training in various areas, such as in Nevada's K-12 public education system, as well as in financial management. And I believe Dr. Oliver of the Nevada Association of School Boards will discuss these and other requirements in greater detail during her presentation. I hope that kind of gives you a general overview of the background and history of local school boards to help kind of put today's meeting in perspective. The last slide is mainly recent legislation related to school boards. Since the 2013 session, legislation related to local school boards can be organized into 4 broad categories, and those are governance and composition, policy, fiscal, and a miscellaneous category. So today I will focus more, of course, on the governance and composition of school boards, although for those who are interested, there is a separate handout that kind of gives the bills for those other categories in there and a brief description of those. And please keep in mind that the list provided in that handout may not be all-inclusive, but gives you a pretty good idea. So generally, bills relating to changing the governance or composition of school boards were put forth in 2015, 2017, and 2019. Each of these bills proposed a change to a hybrid model by requiring the appointment of certain members. In AB 339 from 2015, the State Board of Education would appoint 2 members to the board who would either replace or serve together with existing elected members. Senate Bill 243, SB 105, and AB 57 offered provisions for electing 3 members of certain school boards at large and offered provisions for appointing the remaining members. These bills failed to pass. Finally, in 2021, we saw the passage of AB 495, which of course required the study of the composition of school boards. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, we're going to start first with members. Is there any questions from the members? Questions or the other thing I'm going to ask, and those here in the audience also, if you have additional historical information that maybe she didn't cover that maybe we missed, you might want to share that, because I want this to kind of be interactive. So any questions from members? I do. Yeah. Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and it's nice that I can actually reach the microphone. And so, thank you, Ms. Sturm. I know you were discussing specifically Nevada, but I know that I've read where other school boards in other states, based on obviously the size of the district, which we know when we talk about size, CCSD would, and Washoe, people forget how extremely large Washoe is too. I read something the other day and someone was like, well, Washow's smaller. I'm like, no, that's still an extremely large school district. But where they actually have increased sizes of trustees on their board. So I know you talked about our state law that says, when we have 7 or more, but there's some nationally that have up to 15 members. And so I was just wondering, and again, not knowing what other presentations are coming today, if you have that information or someone else about how many states have, like New York and stuff like that, that they actually have increased size based on the student population numbers.
So we're going to have them write that down there because that may come up with one of the other presenters also. So.
Thank you.
But yeah, any of those questions as we go, bring them up, and anybody else, members? Yes, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. When it comes to the composition of the boards and the policy roles, is it just establishing those district policies, or is it also the enforcement of them?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
No problem. When I'm looking at this slide, it's the county school boards today, composition of the boards and their roles. I'm sorry, I don't have the slide number on there. That's it. It says establishing the district policies and procedures. Is that also an enforcement issue, or is it only the enforcing the courses of study that's under the school board's responsibilities?
I might defer to our counsel on that one, Mr. Killian, unless, and I can get back to you as well if not.
Mr. Killian, you want to chime in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, so the districts, in addition to establishing their own policies and procedures, do have the power to enforce those policies and procedures as to the employees and pupils within their own district. It doesn't grant any sort of statewide authority or authority outside of their own organization, but within the organization and then the pupils and institutions within the organization, the districts have the power to enforce the policies and procedures that they establish.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention, we have Mr. Killian here with us, so as we go through, if there's legal questions that we want to ask, he can chime in for us, and that'll be helpful as we talk about things. So, any other questions from the members? Yeah, Ms. Miller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Since that question actually spurred on another question when we're talking about enforcement and whose role is what, do we have the number of how many school boards nationally have the same type of balanced governance formula that Clark is using?
Okay.
I know that's a parking lot, so I'm
Yes,
just
yeah, put that on the
putting
parking
it up
lot
there.
and then-
Yeah,
yeah, 'cause
I know that's a parking lot.
Yes, Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
Thank you. You had mentioned a Gwynn study that it doesn't matter if it's elected, appointed, or hybrid when it comes to student achievement. Is that what you said? And can you reference that just so I can look it up?
Yeah, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Yeah, that policy report was from October 2015, and I believe the beginning of that title was Breaking Up is Hard to Do.
Okay, other questions from members? And I'll come back too, if after we hear comments from the public, if there's other questions, we'll come back. So, okay, so let's go to public comment. I'm going to come down there, and anybody, I said this earlier, but if you came in late, sit up as close as you can. We want you to participate. So hold on, I'll be right back. The wireless mic's not working. Do we need to turn something on in the back? Okay, it's working. All right. So you've heard the presentation. This is kind of an overview. If there's any of you here that have additional, like, historical significance and any of those kind of things, just speak right up. We want everybody to participate today. So I know we referenced something that you may know about, maybe, but I don't.
Yes, Magdalena Martinez from UNLV. I just want to make a real quick clarification on the Gwen breaking up is hard to do. The focus there was on breaking up the school district and not necessarily on, obviously it's related to governance, but it was the precinct model, as we may all recall. So it's not necessarily, it's applicable, but in the context of breaking up a school district into smaller school districts. Just a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Who else? Other comments? Yes.
Thank you, Senator Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. Just more recent history from last session. I think it's important to keep in mind that Speaker Frierson introduced AB 255, which was one of the bills referenced. I'm trying to look. It was one of the only bills that Speaker Frierson introduced that did not pass into law. So this is a pretty controversial subject. Speaker's bills tend to pass and become law. And then I believe it was the mining tax deal, AB 495, which got us to where we are right now. That item was not the main component of the mining tax deal. The mining tax was the main component of the mining tax deal. There was all sorts of other bells and whistles in there, some charter school stuff, opportunity scholarships, but in terms of the conversation at the legislative session, there was not a significant conversation about this process in that bill that created this process. Not saying that this is a bad process. I'm happy that we're having this conversation, and NSCA believes that when we talk about this and think about all of the issues, that there are some reforms that likely the state should pursue, but moving away from democratically elected school boards is probably not the best approach.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. The other, I think Senator Kiefer also had a bill last time that was similar. Yes.
John Miller, Clark County Education Association. I just want the record to show that the last component to AB 495 was this issue. Had this issue been not part of that piece of legislation, that piece of legislation probably would not have passed as it passed. That was a key proponent. We had advocated for it. The Speaker agreed to it, and it passed with bipartisan support.
Thank you. Yes.
Mark Newbern, Nevada State Board of Education. This is some tangential history. In 2011, the legislature changed the Nevada State Board of Education from a 10-member all-elected board to a hybrid board that has elected, appointed voting and non-appointing voted members.
Thank you. Who else? Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Maureen Schaefer, Council for a Better Nevada. Thank you for raising that bill from last session, and we were very proud of that committee hearing in which Speaker Frierson brought that bill forward, although it didn't go forward. We've been involved in a lot of bills over many sessions in the state, and if I recall, we had so much support from so many community organizations and individuals who oftentimes don't see eye to eye on many bills and many pieces of legislation across many issues. And I think there was maybe one or two groups, maybe one, who was on the other side of that issue. So it was up to all of you for whatever reason why it didn't move forward. But from the community standpoint, there was a super duper majority in terms of supporting this bill, which was at least one form of a hybrid model. But more importantly, when we look at the performance of our schools today, we're not getting what all of you invest in it from a budget perspective and from a performance perspective. And it's incumbent on all of us to look at a different way to do something. And from our group's perspective, we've come over 18 years to the conclusion that governance matters, whether it's a public, private, or nonprofit organization or a government organization. And you look first at governance, who's running it, and how are they running themselves. So we came to this conclusion last session. The boards who set strategy and set direction need to be doing a better job. So again, with all due respect to my colleague who started out the comments here, we thought this was one piece of public education, not the magic bullet, that needed a look again. And many groups in this community came together to think or to say that this was a good solution for all of you to consider. And I thank again my colleague, Speaker Frierson, for bringing it forward for all of your consideration, and we hope you consider it again. Thank you.
And Chairman Dennis?
Yes.
Can we get her name? I didn't hear her name.
Maureen Schaefer, Council for Better Nevada.
Thanks, Senator Dennis. Paul Marakin with the Vegas Chamber. To add to the comments, the Chamber was involved with the bill that was brought over by Senator Kickoff for several sessions ago and supported the bill last session. And I think since the 21 session, we've seen a lot of activities from our local school boards that validate the reason to have this conversation. And I appreciate the fact that we're having this discussion today because there a lot has occurred regarding board governance, the impact on our students and our teachers, and what's happening with our local school board, not just here in Clark County, but in Washoe and throughout our rural community. So appreciate the dialogue today.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have any other of our members wishing any additional comments or? Yeah, Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
I just feel like I should put on the record as the chair of the Assembly that it was in fact Speaker who wanted to not hear the bill to move forward. And I don't know the reasons, but I just wanted to put that on the record that I wouldn't have not heard Speaker's bill.
Thank you. And I will make a comment only because we've seen this several times. I think a lot of times what I heard was that we needed something like this to really have the discussion because as you all know, when we get up to the legislative session, if we haven't had an opportunity to have all the discussion, sometimes it makes it difficult to pass a bill because we just don't have enough time. So I think that this is part of that process, and I think we're finally to a point where we're going to have some real discussions and be able to talk about what the best solution is. Yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question actually has to do with the how the county school boards today are made up. We went over salaries, and we kind of like just dusted over that, and I would really like to know how the salaries are as far as our school board. Are they paid weekly, monthly? And I know it said monthly, but how it's broken up, because when I looked at other states, some states, their school board do not receive a salary. So I want to know how that impacts our Nevada.
So, Ms. Sturm will answer. One of the things I was going to say, I know that we are going to talk about that when we get to the third discussion. So, Ms. Sturm.
Thank you, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. I know that I believe Dr. Oliver might be getting into this a little bit later, but NRS 386.320 reads that if a trustee is serving in a county whose population is less than 20,000, the trustee receives a $250 monthly salary. For those, trustees receive a salary of $400 per month if they serve in counties with 20,000 to 100,000 people. And then finally, trustees receive a salary of $750 per month if they serve in counties with over 100,000 people.
Thank you. Yeah, and we'll be able to have more discussion when we get to the other one. Any other questions from the public or from the members on this presentation? Okay, so we're going to go turn it back over to Mark.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh,
We are going to take a break because we got to do some switching, I think.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to take a break.
So we'll be on a pause here for a few minutes. So if you need to use the restroom, whatever, let's do. I don't know how long it's going to take. Let's say 5 minutes, and we'll start at 20 after. Okay, why don't we get started? We have our next presenters. We've been able to connect them. And so I'm going to turn it back over to, so if everybody will come back to order. Okay. All right, everyone, we're going to start back up. I'm going to turn it back over to Mark, Mr. Quiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jen, and the audience for the last discussion. I thought it was great. Next up, we have Ben Irwin and Lauren Bloomquist of the Education Committee of the States through the miracle of Zoom. Welcome.
And this is Senator Dennis. Just when you guys switch between each other, just say your name. I know we can probably tell the difference, but for the record, it'll make it cleaner if you could just tell us every time you switch between.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, hello and good morning, Chair Dennis, and to the other members of the committee. Thanks so much for having us today to discuss state policy governing local school boards. My name is Ben Irwin, and I'm a policy analyst with Education Commission of the States. And I'm joined by my colleague, Lauren Bloomquist, who is also a policy analyst. Before diving into the content of the presentation, we wanted to provide a brief introduction on who we are and what we do at Education Commission of the States. Education Commission of the States is a national education policy organization that has been serving state policymakers in all 50 states in the District of Columbia for nearly 60 years. We are nonpartisan, unbiased, and cover the full spectrum of education issues from early learning through post-secondary and the workforce. We believe in the power of learning from experience, using what we know about state trends and approaches from across the country. We aim to help policymakers make informed decisions about what might work in their state. We do this in a variety of ways, through research, publishing reports, hosting convenings, and providing counsel. We research and report on trending education topics, and are often invited to talk to groups just like this one to share how states are approaching specific education issues and offer ideas for states to consider. We've got a lot of information to cover today, so we wanted to provide a quick overview of the agenda for the rest of the presentation. We'll start with a focus on school board selection policies before providing a high-level overview of school board compensation policies and training requirements. We will close with a summary of relevant research on school board governance before opening it up for Q&A. I also wanted to note that we shared a memo on state policies addressing school board governance that follows the same format and of this presentation and provides additional details on the examples we discuss and other relevant resources. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Lauren to start with the discussion of trends in school board selection.
This is Lauren Bloomquist. Good morning, Chairman Dennis and committee members. Education Commission of the States has a 50-state comparison on K-12 governance. This resource provides 25 key data points on school board governance. One of those data points is specific to local school board composition and selection. At the state level, what policies exist directing school board selection? Is local school board selection by election, by appointment, or some combination? We found that the vast majority of states elect local school board members. Within that broad category of elections, there are states like Arizona that specify school board member elections take place at the same time as the general election, and states like Oregon, where elections are held apart from national elections in off-cycle races. There are also state policies that specify nonpartisan elections, as is in the case of Florida, Indiana, and Ohio. There are at least 9 states where policies provide a combination of election and appointment. States include Maryland, Ohio, and Virginia. Now, Ben will provide some in-depth examples of the policies states have for local school board selection.
Thank you, Lauren. Now that we have a solid foundation on school board selection policies, we'll get into the weeds using a few state examples to help illustrate the different approaches states take to governing school board elections and selection. First, school board size may vary based on district size. It may be set in policy, or states may create minimum or maximum number of school board members, which typically ranges from 3 to 11, but could get as large as 15 or 21, specifically in some cities, some larger cities. In Colorado, districts are required to have a 7-member board with 5 members elected by voting district and 2 elected at large. Utah recently updated the student population ranges for school board size. Their smallest districts have 5 members, while their largest have 9, with some nuance in the middle. Representation is also addressed by some states in policy. For example, California specifies that all school board members be elected at large, while New Mexico requires all school board members to be elected from individual voting districts that are updated each census. While, as Lauren mentioned, elections are the most common method of board selection nationwide, some states have established selection methods that combine appointments and elections, or move to establish an entirely appointed board. Overwhelmingly, these approaches target specific districts by name rather than being blanket policies. Maryland provides for elected, appointed, and hybrid boards in state policy, depending on the district. Baltimore County provides an example of a hybrid board. The Baltimore County School Board is made up of 11 members, 7 of which are elected and 4 of which are appointed by the governor with the assistance from a local nominating commission. 3 other school boards in Maryland are both elected and appointed, kind of providing that hybrid option. Ohio does provide a mechanism for the establishment of a hybrid school board that is district initiated. School boards may adopt a resolution to add appointed members, but the number of appointed members must be less than the number of elected members on the board. Fully appointed boards, on the other hand, are usually concentrated in urban centers and have followed state takeover in some cases, but not all. For example, Ohio policy only allows for mayoral control following a period of state control, with the Cleveland Metropolitan School District providing an example of that. High-profile examples of mayoral control following state policy action include New York City and Baltimore City. In New York City, the mayor and borough presidents appoint board members. The mayor appoints 9, while the borough presidents appoint 1 per borough. While Baltimore requires a citizen nominating panel to provide mayors with a list of prospective candidates for the mayor to choose from. The New York legislature is actually currently debating whether or not to continue mayoral control in New York City. This control is usually extended for a period of 4 years, and it's included in their state budget bill. But this year, the legislature has removed the topic from the budget discussion and will address it in June, according to local reporting on the issue. School boards have continued to garner attention in state houses throughout the country in a number of ways. The most significant change was made in Illinois, who, after many years of debate, established a schedule to phase the Chicago board from an appointed board to a fully elected 21-member board by 2027. The procedure allows for elected and mayor-appointed members during the transition, while limiting the power of the current board to make decisions on school closures or consolidation. Other important changes include election provisions, partisanship, and term limits. Colorado recently capped campaign contributions to school board elections, while both Tennessee and Georgia have addressed partisanship in board elections, with the former allowing partisan elections and the latter requiring nonpartisan elections in a specific district. In 2018, Idaho addressed election procedures by moving the election date to the same day as city elections in November, rather than a standalone election that was previously held in May. Finally, Florida moved to establish a term limit of 12 consecutive years for their school board members, which would be 3 terms. A number of states have also enacted legislation impacting school board compensation and training requirements, and Lauren will provide more information on compensation now.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ben. This is Lauren Bloomquist again. As with school board selection, state policies vary in how they approach school board member compensation. When it comes to school board compensation, the majority of school board members are volunteers. Based on a survey from the National School Board Association, over 60% of members report receiving no annual salary. Of those who do report receiving compensation, over 25% earn less than $5,000 per year. State policies regarding member compensation vary widely. States like Florida mandate a base salary with incremental increases based on the population where the member serves. In contrast, states like Texas require members to serve as volunteers. There are also states that permit school boards to receive compensation without mandating or prohibiting it. Several states establish limits on compensation. For example, Indiana limits compensation to $2,000 per year. Other states allow compensation on a per meeting basis, like Louisiana, which authorizes $50 per meeting. Mississippi allows members the flexibility to choose $65 per meeting or $2,400 annually. There are also states like Minnesota that allow school boards to set their own compensation. Next, Ben will talk about state policies that address school board training.
School board, this is Ben Irwin again. School board training has also been a topic of conversation in state capitals, as I know it was in Nevada during the 2016 legislative session when the legislature enacted training requirements for boards in the state. Policymakers have established minimum hour requirements for board training ranging from 4 to 16 hours over the course of a single year or a full school board member term. Often training requirements address issues including ethics, curriculum and instruction, personnel policies, finance, school law, community engagement, and operations. I wanted to highlight 2 states that have established comprehensive approaches to school board training. Georgia requires the State Board of Education, in partnership with the Department of Education, to craft and oversee local school board member training. The state board convened a task force to, among other things, develop and recommend standards for local school boards and guidelines for member training. The task force established a new framework for member training to support a focus on student achievement that was consistent with local priorities. Additionally, if a school district has a school classified in a certain management status by the state education agency, the school board members of that district have to complete additional training. New Jersey requires new school board members to complete a training program that includes in their first year in office that serves as an orientation on board governance. In subsequent years, board members must complete a school district governance training on school law and other information to enable board members to continue to serve more effectively. The New Jersey School Boards Association is charged with providing school board member training, and they outline their training schedules based on 4 topic areas, 1 area covered each year of the board member's term. These approaches are aligned with the general consensus on what goes into effective school board governance, which brings us to the final section on research concerning school board governance. While research on school board governance is limited and often speculative, there are a couple of takeaways with state policy implications on issues ranging from voter turnout and the impact of compensation to effective school board leadership. It is especially difficult to draw definitive conclusions about what works in school board governance, largely due to the unique political and social contexts in which boards operate that play a role in both student opportunity and achievement, as well as the day-to-day functioning of the board. To start with a look at elections and voter turnout, the National School Boards Association highlighted a shrinking pool of candidates leading to uncontested elections and low voter turnout in school board elections nationwide, which may reduce board accountability or lead to less qualified candidates. A recent analysis of voter records in California, Illinois, Ohio, and Oklahoma also found that school boards in majority non-white districts are typically elected by a majority white electorate. The authors of this study found an association between boards elected by a majority white electorate and racial achievement gaps within the district. The author suggested moving elections to November in even years when voter turnout is at its highest, and moving to at-large seats, which can lead to increased representation of communities of color. A report from the Fordham Institute, a conservative think tank, supported this claim, asserting that on-cycle and at-large elections are associated with high-performing school boards. Additional research has been dedicated to appointed school boards, namely mayoral control in large urban districts. Like the rest of the research based on school governance, findings have been mixed on the impact of mayoral control. While some studies have found initial positive gains in student achievement as measured by test scores, researchers have not found sustained significant differences from one board type to another. Researchers also caution that there are other factors that contribute to improved achievement, so it is difficult to isolate mayoral control and an appointed board as a driver of improved student outcomes. Proponents of a shift to mayoral control highlight a few pros that may result in improved governance, including the strategic use of resources, increased board diversity, and direct accountability for the appointing authority, in this case being a mayor. Opponents highlight potential for reduced community representation and community voice in the school board. Finally, I wanted to close with a look at claims and findings that could impact compensation or training requirements. We were unable to identify specific research on the impact of member compensation, but advocates for member compensation claim that considering the increasing demands of the job, that it can increase the socioeconomic diversity of the board and expand the pool of qualified candidates. Research on effective governance can also point to potential areas of focus for training requirements. The National School Boards Association conducted a literature review to identify 8 characteristics of effective governance, including a board organized around a shared vision and goals, a board that holds a belief that all children can learn, a board focused on setting high expectations for student achievement with an accountability focus, a collaborative and communicative culture of the school board, a board committed to data-driven decision-making, a board that aligns their resources to those shared vision and goals, a board that's developed an effective working relationship with district leadership, and a board that undergoes consistent team development. Other studies reviewed in preparing for this presentation highlighted similar characteristics. In addition to practices including effective collaboration with the superintendent, accountability for the superintendent, and annual evaluations of board performance all came up in our research as promising practices for effective school board governance. I know we've covered a lot in a short amount of time, so we'd be happy to take any questions you have. But before opening it up for Q&A, I did want to refer back to the memo that we prepared for today's presentation. It includes all of the content that we've covered in about the last 15 minutes, in addition to other state examples, more details on the state examples we shared, and relevant resources, especially in terms of research on effective governance. So with that, we would love to take any questions that you all have, and we really appreciate you having us today.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to members first. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and the memo is incredibly helpful. My first question has to do with the requirements to serve on the as a trustee, both in our state as well as in others. In particular, when I take a look at the memo on page 2, where it states that there is, I believe it's still the Ohio and Virginia, allowing for the appointed boards, and with the mechanism that is described for the establishment, what exactly are the necessary, I guess, skills for consideration? Is that lined out in law, or is that lined out in policy, or is that just my gut tells me?
So that is a great question, and we'd be happy to dig into, this is Ben Irwin again. We'd be happy to dig into any sort of qualifications that are outlined in law, but based on the Ohio and Virginia examples, they outline the mechanism in Ohio for expanding the board, but don't provide guidance or requirements around qualifications. And in Virginia, up until 1992, all of their boards were appointed by a city-level governing entity. And then they passed legislation that allowed boards to shift to an elected, or allowed counties to shift to an elected board if through voter referendum. And most districts have actually shifted to an elected board, but similar to Ohio, they don't outline clear qualifications, but that's something that we'd be more than happy to dig into and see if any states have outlined those qualifications, similar to how a state might require superintendents to meet certain qualifications as well.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, and let's put that on the list of
For the
you know,
qualifications.
qualifications.
Yeah.
Something that we might do some further research.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
much. And then the other question I had was, so what I'm hearing, I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly, is that the past, it feels like there has been appointed, but now many state legislation is moving now to elected. Am I understanding that correctly, or have I oversimplified kind of what has been stated today?
That's a great question. And I think we want to be clear that a majority of school boards throughout the country are elected and have been elected historically. There are some states like Virginia who shifted from appointed boards to elected boards, but they really represent the minority. Most school boards are elected. In Maryland, they've made specific changes to individual boards rather than making a blanket change, switching from appointed to elected. So I would say, short answer to your question, there's been consistent state policy around elected boards with some exceptions in the states.
That was Mr. Irwin for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the answers.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bill Bray-Oxrott.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I'm looking at the slide that you talk about the training. I know it says 4 to 16 hours, which seems, especially on the 4 end, seems very low. I'm just wondering, I guess, who is doing this training? I know when we in statute as new legislators, we go through training for, what is it, like 5 days? 3 days? 3 days? 3 full days? And we're still learning to this. That's the truth. So I think you said 4 to 6 hours over 1 year or term. I was just wondering who typically is providing that training, and sort of, if you know what's sort of covered, if you could cover that, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, that is a great question. This is Ben Irwin. Based on our understanding, and we haven't conducted a comprehensive 50-state comparison on the issue, so this is speculating based on a sample of state policies that we've collected. The State School Boards Association or the State Department of Education provide the training. I think in some cases, the State Department of Education might approve training providers who would apply for the ability to offer that training. But yeah, for the most part, it's either one of those entities. And I will go back to the slide on school board training just so we can look at some of the content. I think ethics came up as a common issue across states. Curriculum and instruction or training on student achievement came up as a common issue. Personnel policies, especially thinking about teacher employment contract policies, came up as a significant issue. School finance, school law, community engagement and relations, and then general district operations, thinking about providing for school bus services and these different day-to-day operation issues that school districts have to navigate. Those were the main themes that we identified in training. Now, states might use different language to describe these issues, or they might have an additional topic area included, but these were the main ones that we identified from the sampling of states that we looked at.
Go ahead.
And this question probably isn't for you, Mr. Irwin. It's maybe for someone in the audience who might know what we currently do now as far as training.
So,
I know.
so this is Senator Dennis. We're gonna wait on the third
Yeah,
one.
I meant, we could write that down.
And also,
Okay,
we have
thank you.
Deb Oliver that's going to give a presentation. I'm sure she'll cover it there.
Great.
And we also have our legal counsel that also is going to, so we'll probably wait to do that.
Fantastic.
So,
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. My first is actually a request from ECS and even all of the national groups. I think one thing that gets lost when we're having these conversations, it's excellent to see what everyone else across the country is doing, but we're in an extraordinary circumstance where we are the 5th largest school district in the country. So much of what's happening everywhere else. I wish I could model everything based on where I grew up in school districts that the majority, it's very few school districts that even have over 5 high schools and, averaging 1 to 2 high schools, maybe 3. And so those are completely different dynamics in states that have hundreds, and we have many states with over 1,000 school districts. So if we could find out what are the dynamics of the top the 10 or 20 largest school districts in the country. Because even when we say things like, oh, and here in this district, they're just volunteer and they don't get paid. Well, when you have one or two high schools, and you can make it to all the football games and ceremonies, but here, what our trustees are required to do, it's quite extraordinary because of the volume in our student population. So if we could get that, and I know you don't have those dynamics today, but if we could get that information, like all of the same categories, but literally being able to plug in and see what the top 10 or 20 do, I think that would be more helpful and more appropriate. My question, so that's my request for parking lot or,
right.
That's like overnight stay parking lot, I get it, but that's long-term parking. But my actual question is, if you could touch back on, to clarify, I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. When you were discussing about the non-white districts, that the board members were elected by the majority of white people. So again, specifically in Clark County School District, where the majority of our students and families are not white, I'm just wondering if you could just clarify on that again, please.
Yes, that's a great question. So I think to address your first point around the dynamics of the largest districts, we'd be happy to look into that. In some cases, these things aren't covered in state policy because they are such unique examples. And I think we have examples of mayoral control, like in Philadelphia. It's not necessarily addressed in state policy because they shifted to mayoral control after a period of 18 years where the state had control over the district. So we'll need to do a little more digging to kind of figure out what the dynamics are there, but we are more than happy to look into that. To your second question around the research on the electorate for some school districts, the study looked at Ohio, Oklahoma, California, and Illinois, and they looked at voting records and they determined that in majority non-white districts, the voter turnout and the voting population was made up of majority white individuals who were actually kind of, I guess, controlling the outcome of that election, if that makes sense. So they kind of pointed out the disconnect between communities around who was voting for school boards and who was directly impacted by school board governance. If I'm answering your question, and please let me know if I'm not.
Follow-up, Chair? And with that, do we know if those elections were elections at large or district-based elections?
That's a good question. So in California, Ben Irwin again, in California, I do know that their elections for unified school districts are at large. I would need to look into Ohio, Oklahoma, and Illinois' policies to determine whether or not they were at large or by voting district. I believe they were by voting district, but I can't say that definitively off the top of my head. I will say that 3 of the 4, and I believe this is included in the memo, 3 of the 4 districts were on off-cycle elections, I believe, and I can verify that looking at the memo here. But yeah, those are kind of the dynamics of each state that the researchers were looking into.
One more follow-up, Chair. And because we are talking about race at this point, could we also, in our parking lot, put, unless you have it readily available, and again, looking at our largest school districts in the country, because those tend to be the most diverse school districts in our country, what is the racial makeup? Do the school boards reflect the diversity, whatever that diversity is, but do the school boards typically reflect the student population when it comes to diversity? And I know that's not something that necessarily can be controlled. I'm just interested in.
This is Ben Irwin. We'd be happy to look into that. I also, since we are a state policy organization, I do think it would be helpful to also reach out to the National School Boards Association, because they do have a little bit more direct contact with boards. But like I said, we would be happy to look into that, but I don't necessarily have that information at hand.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question actually, and thank you for the presentation, I really did appreciate it. You, just about at the end of your presentation, you mentioned evaluation of trustees and superintendents. And I would like to know how does that come about, especially in the light of trustees are elected and or superintendent is, appointed by that election of trustees. How do other states evaluate that leadership?
Ben Irwin here. That's again a great question. I think we that came out in the research, but we didn't necessarily dig into the state policies addressing that issue. I know we can dig into our legislative tracking to see what requirements are in policy around superintendent evaluations, but I'm not sure what a board evaluation would look like. That was just one thing that a researcher identified. And I believe it would be internal, but I think the National School Boards Association would be a good resource on that. And we can see if there's been state policy movement or if the researcher was more referring to a practice that takes place internally among board members as well. So I'm sorry I can't provide more information at the moment.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, and that might be something also with Ms. Oliver. She could maybe address that or at least do some further, because I know they're part of the national organization. So, yes, who else has questions? Okay, so let's go to the public, see what kind of questions you might have. Okay, let's start over.
John Bellardita for the record. I was wondering if you had any more detailed research on the experience where a school district transitioned from one model of governance to another, whether it was from elected to, say, a hybrid or appointee or vice versa, and then whether or not you also have research that drove the change. In other words, why did all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but why did a change in the governance model occur? Is there any research on those two areas?
Ben Irwin here. Good question. I think a lot of the research is primarily focused on large urban districts who have shifted to a model of mayoral control in one way or another. One of the studies that was included in the memo was Philadelphia. And from my understanding, the state had taken over the schools for a period of about 18 years and then transitioned it to mayoral control. I believe their board compensation is written into the city charter, which also makes it a unique example as well. But I don't have a ton of insight other than like the history of state takeover. I think in Cleveland, their school district is under mayoral control with support of like a citizen nominating panel. And that was also the result of takeover as well. In Ohio's policy, they actually require, after 4 years of mayoral control during that transition from state takeover to mayoral control, they require after 4 years for voters to vote on whether or not the district will remain in mayoral control or if it will shift back to an elected board. In New York City, I would need to dig into the context of the shift to an appointed board to understand the driver there. That decision was made in 2002 by the state legislature, but I don't necessarily have, I'm not unsure of the context off the top of my head. And I think I would want to point out, since I did include a few examples of a transition from state takeover to mayoral control, that isn't always the case. I believe Chicago has historically been an appointed board, and that was unique in the state of Illinois. I believe Boston has had an appointed board for a significant amount of time, and it wasn't necessarily the result of, wasn't necessarily a transition from state takeover. So I really have to dig into those unique examples, but I know we did include a study on Philadelphia. There is a wealth of research on mayoral control and its effectiveness, with the consensus being that there isn't a significant difference between an elected and appointed board. And a lot of that comes down to the many other factors that influence student achievement. But I hope I answered your question. And I think I'm starting to ramble a little bit. So I'll stop and see if I addressed your question.
Okay, and then we also put it on our list of something that, we're not expecting to get all the answers today, but we want to get the questions so that we can get the answers. So I think I had one here, Ms. Oliver.
Thank you, Deb Oliver with NASB. I'm just adding these into a presentation for you, but this is from the National School Boards Association about elected and appointed school board members. And a percentage of percentages of 50 states of DC, 59% of all school districts are locally elected. 19% are primarily elected, and I will put this on a graphic so it's much easier for you to see and know that. And then of urban school board members that are elected or appointed, we have 82% of urban districts that are elected officials. 15% are primarily appointed, and only 3% have the elected and appointed in them. So that is from the National School Boards Association.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Jana Wilcox-Lavin from Opportunity 180. My question to the presenters is around whether or not in your research you were able to identify any potential outcomes or intention of a particular governance strategy. Did you hear anything that established what those elected bodies wished to be true from their school boards and or establishment of a series of outcomes or a set of criteria that they were hoping to see accomplished through a particular selection? I asked the question because we're having a pretty technical discussion about governance, and I think it is actually in the context of what we want to be true for kids. And so I was curious if there was any research that sort of nailed down intentions on a particular selection of a governance strategy.
I think that's a great question. And unfortunately, we didn't come across, this is Ben Irwin, unfortunately, we didn't come across additional information specific to kind of the intention or the outcomes around, or the intention or goals around a shift to a specific structure. I really would defer to the National School Boards Association. I really appreciate the context that Ms. Oliver provided, just because they do have a lot more of the perspective of the on the ground workings of local school boards. And I also think I just wanted to kind of reiterate the point that we really honed in on examples of appointed boards or hybrid boards, but they do remain the minority nationwide. So back to your question, unfortunately, we weren't able to identify research on that. And I think I'd defer more to an organization that does work directly with school boards, since we are really focused on those state policies.
Thank you.
Rebecca Dirks Garcia, Nevada PTA. You mentioned briefly when you were talking about the disparity in diverse districts, but yet whites electing the trustees. A quick comment that seemed to be less prevalent where there were at-large seats versus districts. Can you elaborate on that, or if there are significant differences when there's more at-large seats available versus doing districts, and how that plays into representation?
This is Ben Irwin. Thanks so much for the question. I think I would defer to, we linked to the report in the memo, and I think I would encourage folks to look directly at the findings. The researchers suggested as one of their recommendations that districts shift to at-large elections. And they cited other studies that pointed to the fact that this resulted in more diverse board membership. But with the limited timeline, we weren't necessarily able to go as deep into those studies as we would have liked. So I would defer to the research that we linked. And unfortunately, I can't provide more information off the top of my head.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. Following up on the Chicago example a little bit, which I think is interesting. So it seems as if Chicago is moving historically appointed, I think, was it governor and then mayor or some state entity, and then the mayor of Chicago, but moving to fully elected by 2026. It seems as if this is a change that Chicagoans overwhelmingly support. Polling, or there have been various votes in the city of Chicago, show that between 70 and 90% of Chicagoans support moving from the appointed to the elected model of school governance. And I've just been trying to think about why Chicagoans, and we've heard some testimony here today that some people in Las Vegas would prefer appointed to the elected board, yet an overwhelming, and I don't know if there's been polling in Las Vegas or Clark County or in the state of Nevada on that, I haven't seen it, if there has, but an overwhelming majority of Chicagoans support moving the other direction. And it seems to me, I can think of three reasons why. I'm wondering if our presenters have any of their own thoughts. But my thoughts were, one, voters sometimes like having the opportunity to vote, right? So if you're going to poll Chicagoans or registered voters, or if you're going to take a vote, those are all voters obviously weighing in, voters typically support their ability and their right to vote for decision makers. I think many of NSCA's points around why democratically elected school boards are a better model, despite a lot of issues and problems that we've seen in some recent years. Perhaps Chicagoans agree that elections, while they can be messy, are preferable in terms of choosing governance. And then the last thing, and I don't know if this helps the overall point and position that my organization has, but I'll add it into the conversation anyway for fairness. And I don't think Trustee Cavazos is behind me anymore. So I would say school governance is very difficult. And I'm wondering if there's some element of try anything, right? So Lori Lightfoot, Mayor Lightfoot, appointing a Chicago school board, nearly half of Chicago schools aren't meeting the state standards. That's not working, whether real or perceived, whether there have been gains in performance metrics in Chicago schools or not, the perception in Chicago, I would say similar to the perception here in Las Vegas, is that something is broken in the school system. And so if there's something broken, perhaps our governance model isn't working. And so just for food for thought, and panelists, have you looked at anything like this, or public opinion on school governance, or the Chicago example specifically, or perhaps the Clark County example? I know that there's 17 school districts, but oftentimes here in Las Vegas we talk about the Clark County School District. Have you looked at this, or kind of looking for some help from the Zoom here?
This is Ben Irwin. I appreciate your insight, especially as you're thinking about like the individual dynamics of a city. So I guess I have 2 points that I really want to convey. With our presentation, we're an unbiased, nonpartisan organization, and I hope that none of this came across as advocating for one route or another. Being state policy focused, we don't typically wade into the local dynamics of a school district, but we do understand that these decisions are rooted in the community context, the political context, that could result in very different decisions from Chicago to New York. I think looking at the New York legislature, they're debating right now whether or not to shift from mayoral control back to an elected board. Chicago, after years and years of debate, decided to make the shift from appointed to elected. And from our position as kind of this national organization, we don't necessarily have insight into what those decisions are, but we understand they're deeply rooted in community dynamics. And if there's one thing we know about school boards, whether elected or appointed, boards work differently across the board. Like we're based in Denver, and there are a number of school districts around us that all operate in very different ways, despite having a similar governance structure. And a lot of times that comes down to dynamics within the board, between board members, the political tides in communities that result in shifting priorities. So I think I'll digress, but I think the points that you raised are really important, but they're not necessarily things that we can provide insight on as a state policy organization.
Let's see, let's go here.
Thank you, Maureen Schaefer, Council for a Better Nevada. To go off my colleague Jana Landvin from a few minutes ago from Up 180, I think that we have to go back to, what are the intentions here versus the structure, at least from one perspective. It's about students, it's about outcomes, it's about our families, it's about economic development. So what are we trying to accomplish here at the end of the day? Now, our organization focuses on tax policy, we focus on healthcare, we focus on judicial issues, but we know the difference between an educated and an uneducated citizenry helps all those other issues if we have an educated citizenry. So we spend a lot of time in this space, right? And the only reason we got on in this space almost 18 years ago was because of challenges that came about with dysfunction at the school board level. And then, of course, we wanted to do better by the outcomes that weren't happening with the enormous investment with the district and districts writ large throughout the state, but no less with Clark County. The pragmatic side of it is, how is it functioning from a structural perspective? Because we're all leaders from a political perspective, leaders from a business perspective. You have to look at, well, how's it running itself? And then we were pulled into the governance side of it. And then you look nationwide, could you say, how else is everybody else doing it? And then we started looking at it from a structural perspective, and then we got into this whole appointed versus non-appointed, because that seems to be how everybody else is doing it. One of my colleagues on the dais there talked about, well, how's everybody else from a Clark County School District large urban perspective? And we did a little bit of research. I'm a fake researcher, and the research is only about 10 years old, 12 years old maybe. Rick Hess from the American Enterprise Institute. And it seems like, and argue with me, because I'm not a researcher, I'm a business girl, that large urban districts, the academic gains predominantly happen with the minority kids over time, and then they begin to even out. But again, it's 10 years, and the gains consistently happen in the non-academic functions of the district. That's where you really see it hit out of the park. But those are where the gains are. I'll take those gains here, guys, right now, because we don't seem to be happening anywhere right now. And from the intentional perspective, when we've really focused on this in a renewed effort over the last year, we're looking for accountability because nobody's accountable. It's kind of camp run amok. And we're looking for representation. The diversity element is really important to us, and we don't have it near enough. And we're looking for participation. People seem really shut out of the process. So those are our real important elements. And if you have those elements in the conversation, then we can get to a structure that everybody is agreeable on. So our group is less stuck on the structure than the intentions that get us back to kids and outcomes and families and economic development and more respect for the investment you make in these systems. And then we'll get to a structure. So, I mean, yes, appointed versus elected. We got to get on something that works because it's not working right now, everybody. And we don't have enough money in the state to go around as it is. And you're putting a lot of money in this process, a lot. But it's about kids. It's about diversity. It's about participation. It's about inclusion. It's about engagement. And those elements are not in the process right now. They're not. And that's what we are, that's where the conversation is at right now for all of us. And if we have those elements in, I think the structure will emerge. But when we talk about what the research is, when we've looked at the research for large urban districts, and thank you for that question from the dais, that's what we're seeing, but the research is so young, about 10 years, I think, for large urban districts. If I had to make a game day decision right now at second base, I'd take it. I would take it in a heartbeat for the money you put into it.
Okay.
Thank you. Anna Binder for the record. With all of the districts that you looked at in your study, are they all a part of Chiefs for Change, and are they all members of the Council for Great City Schools?
That is a wonderful question. I am not, this is Ben Irwin for the record. I am not sure off the top of my head. I know that the Council for Great City Schools came up a couple of times in our research, but can't say with authority whether or not the districts we were looking at are members in that organization. And I also think, to the point around the research base, it is young and it is extremely difficult to isolate governance as a driver of improvement. And I think that's just kind of an important point that we wanted to convey during this presentation, just because there are so many factors at play. There are changes to state policy that could impact improvements. There are changes to local policy and different things like that. Back to your question around whether or not they're involved with Chiefs for Change or the Council of Great City Schools, I am not positive.
I believe that would be very important, and I'll touch more on that after Dr. Oliver's presentation. But what this wonderful woman just said, I'm just a parent, and we're shut out because the governance policies that exist, at least here in Clark County School District, shut us out. And that is a huge factor, and we do need oversight. We need some type of policy higher than the Board of Trustees so they can do their job efficiently. And a lot of us, not all of us, but we believe that the Chiefs for Change is a huge problem with that for us. So, thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. Warren Hardy with Council for Better Nevada. More a comment than than anything. The gentleman from the State Teachers Association rhetorically asked the question, is this just an effort to do something? I think the answer to that is yeah. This is an effort to do something. And if you're going to do something, I think you start with governance, because that's where the buck starts and that's where the buck stops. So if you can't, I don't think any of us have any preconceived ideas of what then happens after that governance correction. I'm not an expert in education by a long shot, but I do know if you're going to fix something, you got to start at the top. And so the answer to the question is, yeah, it is an effort to do something, because what we have currently isn't working. It's not working for our kids. It's not working for our parents. And so I have no preconceived notions of what comes next after the governance, but that's where the accountability lies and that's where the buck stops. So I think that's where we start.
John Miller, DITA. I just want to share this with folks in this room and the panel of legislatures. The turning point for my organization was after the 2019 session. There was a piece of legislation passed. It was called AB 309. And many people might remember that bill because there was embedded in there a salary increase for educators. That was a bill that we worked with Speaker Frierson. There was another component to that bill. And CCA had spent a year of research and worked hand in hand with LCB to try to figure out how can we generate additional revenue for instruction at the local level. And there were statutorial and constitutional restrictions to that because of disparity arguments. All money had to flow from the state. But we did find, and it became part of AB 309, that a county commission could pass a tax for a number of reasons, and two areas around education that it could pass for were pre-K and adult education. And the pre-K is foundational for anybody that knows in terms of advancing a child's education with a good base. And there were, up to that point, investments in pre-K in this state, but not on the scale that our educational system needed. Now, that bill passed, and the county commission held a joint meeting with the school board trustees to talk about how they could use that sales tax. I think it was a half a cent. I think they passed a quarter of a cent at that point. And the discussion was around pre-K, not necessarily adult education, but pre-K. And the county commission wanted to partner with the school board trustees down here on setting up pre-K opportunities for all these kids. We were at that meeting, and nothing came out of that meeting because the school board trustees at that meeting were not cooperative with the county commission. And it wasn't made up of the current members of the Clark County School Board, some of them, but it was a different group of school board. Now, if that's not an example of school governance that has been provided a funding opportunity to increase instruction, and not just any instruction, significant instruction for kids, and they failed, for us, that was a moment something has to be done.
Thanks. Paul Moratkin with the Vegas Chamber. So I think from the chamber perspective, and first of all, thank you to the presenters, I think this was very helpful, is that communities across the country and states are looking at their models. And I think, starting with this presentation this morning is that our current model is based in 1956. In 2019, we updated the funding formula. Communities have to really look at their governance structures, the funding formulas, and for Nevada, it's been 56 years on this particular topic. But I think from the chamber perspective and why we're engaged in over 2 decades on this issue is that while we're looking at K-12 governance discussions, we're also having higher education governance discussions in this community. And I think there's a parallel track that there are concerns from the employer sector that employ the graduates of the Clark County School District, and those students have to be either career ready or college ready. And I think from the chamber perspective, something has to be done because those students are not ready to go into higher ed at times or into the workplace. And for us not to do changes, I think it's a concern. And this isn't a result of 6 months of an issue or one bad year at a school board level. This has been ongoing, and I think that history shows that if we don't do anything, that nothing will change our economic development efforts, our workforce development efforts, our trying to recruit new companies here. As we here at the Chamber, and I know other groups do too, is the education system is absolutely a factor if folks are going to come to Nevada, if they're going to stay here. So I think the point that has been made is something has to be done, either through a hybrid, change of governance, additional qualifications. Something has to be done for our community, or if not, we're going to fail our students. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, right now we're on this presentation, and I want to hear all these comments, and we're going to have a section if you have ideas and where we need to go. But I want to make sure that we get to all the presentations so that we can then have these other discussions. So I don't want to get too far off track here. So first of all, let's see. Anybody that hasn't asked a question yet? So I'm going to go to a second chance here. Okay.
Thank you. Anna Binder for the record again. So I recently came into contact with THT's last audit. I also have a very comprehensive spreadsheet of all of CCEA's financial contributions for elections for the last 3 years. THT.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
At the beginning, I said we weren't going to talk about individual. Okay, well, let's not talk about individual groups because we want everybody to participate today. So if you want to make a comment, make a comment.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anna Binder for the record again. If we're going over governance, and like he said, we have to start at the top, we can't postpone it beyond next legislative session. Thank you.
Rebecca Garcia, Nevada PTA. So wondering in your review, you commented on how sometimes large school districts are falling under different governance models or different statutes within a state versus the rest of the population per se. Our problems aren't related just to Clark. I mean, Elko had massive upheaval in the last year with their governance structure as well. But what is the findings on that? Like, is it typical to see different structures if there is a large urban district concentrated within a state so that there's a break-off model for certain sized districts versus keeping a standardization for those under a certain population size?
Ben Irwin for the record. Thanks so much for the question. From our findings, it wasn't as common to have like an entirely different model for an urban district. Like we have the high profile examples in Boston, Philadelphia, New York City, and I'm blanking on the last one, Baltimore City, thank you. But it's not necessarily the case across the board. I think the Utah example we cited, if the district has a population of over 100,000 students, then they will have more board members, but we didn't necessarily find different sections of code specific to cities in every state. I think you can point to reasons why Chicago and Philadelphia and New York City do have those different sections of code, considering just how large they are as districts, but we can't necessarily speculate on the intent of the legislature or why they carved it out. But I hope I'm answering your question. It wasn't extremely prevalent, but for some of these major metropolitan areas, states decided to carve out different policies for those cities.
Okay, something along with that, the Senator Dennis. Did you, in the research, was there anything that would give insight into the size of the board making a difference one way or another, if it's larger or smaller?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ben Irwin. No, we didn't find research on board size during the review period. We did look for any sort of resources on the impact of the size of the board, but yeah, did not find an individual study. And I think some of that comes down to how do you isolate the impact of board size when so much of governance is dependent on internal board dynamics? So short answer, we were not able to identify any research that dug into that. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We can continue looking and keeping an eye out for any studies that address that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. There was a comment in the discussion about some of the genesis of getting here being the 3% raise item in 2019. It seemed to me that the timing had more to do with 2020 and the election of Lisa Guzman to the Clark County School District Board of Trustees out of District A. And I'll just say this about elections, having done elections for 25 years or so. Sometimes you win elections, and sometimes you lose elections. And I think all the electeds on the dais get this in terms of accountability. But with elections, you have at least, it's not perfect, the role of money in elections, the participation, the discussion around, voting patterns and, various communities and white voters, out voting BIPOC communities. There are all sorts of electoral issues. And I think from the legislature, what we've seen over the last couple of sessions is a real strong push to increase participation, to try and go for greater levels of enfranchisement. And I think, it's interesting that there's the conversation with school boards that, seems to be in part moving in the opposite direction, while the conversation around electing members of the legislature or governor or federal representatives is moving into the one where how do we actually work to perfect, improve, and then perfect our democracy. And I think it would be great if we could have a conversation. I'm not sure if there are going to be presentations this morning about, more about that. I know that some of the discussion of at-large, some of the discussion of, looking at queuing elections up with the presidential general election, those things make sense. But I think there's all sorts of other things, conversations around ranked choice that are happening that would allow for an entire election to be completed in a November general, where there are greater numbers of voters. Ideas around public financing to limit, the negative impact of money in elections. I think all of these things should be on the table and in the discussion, because I agree that something should be done. But if you want to go somewhere and end up in the right place, you don't just get in your car and drive in any direction. Like, you need a direction to go in and then drive. And I'm hoping that we can figure out what direction we want to go in before we take off and go on a joyride.
Okay, and I think we're here today because we're trying to figure that out. Any other questions? I know we have some more. I'm going to go back to our I think Senator Buck has a question. Anybody else has a question? Let me know.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Well, when districts, are failing to perform and boards become an unprofessional spectacle, you mentioned that there were state takeover of districts. Have we looked at that possibility? I know that there's receiverships in the charter school world. I just don't see how you're going to legislate common sense behavior expectations of a board. Another idea with the hybrid opportunity, and I just wondered if anyone looked into this. I know that on charter school boards, you have to have an attorney, an accountant, so specific roles or job-specific roles. Is that a possibility to build a hybrid model in that respect?
I'm Ben Irwin for the record. We can look into board qualifications. I know there are some things in policy around boards needing to select an executive director. We can see what information there is on treasurers, attorney, counsel, whatever that might be. Didn't see anything specific to that in our research, but we also weren't looking for those provisions. I think to your question around state takeover and receivership, those fall more in our understanding of school improvement. The findings on those policies are extremely limited, very mixed, like it very much depends on the state, the school system, whatever it might be. So we can do additional research and share our resources on some of those efforts that fall kind of in the way we conceptualize state interventions around school improvement, but can't necessarily speak with authority on their impacts right this minute either.
Okay, Mr. Killian, I'm going to ask you to chime in a little bit on, there's a couple different things that people talk about, elected versus appointed, but when it comes to qualifications, is there limitations in the law as far as implementing qualifications for any model that we do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So under current law in Nevada, it's NRS 386-240, the qualifications, and as a preface, currently in Nevada, all school board members are elected. And so the qualifications for trustees in 386-240 are very limited. You simply have to be a qualified elector and you have to satisfy the relevant residency requirements. Those always include living in the county where the school district is based. Depending on the size of the school district, some seats may be at large. For some of the smaller districts, there are requirements on whether you live in the county seat or not. But that's the extent of requirements for school board members in Nevada law right now. There's no constitutional prohibition on the legislature establishing further qualifications, but as of right now, basically you have to be a qualified elector and you have to live in the county, and there aren't really qualifications established beyond that.
So just so I'm clear, you just said there's no constitutional prohibition to actually create some qualifications in that, right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And that would also apply in an appointed situation, correct?
Yes, again, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. If the legislature chose to move from a fully elected model to some sort of model that includes appointments, the legislature would be free to establish qualifications for the appointed members for the boards.
Okay. Other questions from members? Okay, any other questions before we... So do you want to wrap this up for us before we take a break?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Mark Coiner, NCSL. I don't know if you guys can see this. There it is, by the magic of camera. Just followed up with some of the qualifications, the training, the election, the appointed versus elected. We talked about composition, diversity. We actually talked about composition quite a bit. Nationwide provisions that ECS provided us, a perspective, etc. So if anybody has a big issue that I missed, or that we should, or the committee, if you have another issue that you want to add, I'm happy to do so. So is this when we break?
But do we have any additional things that we missed? Or okay, nope. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
So I guess we're going to take a break. Let's take a break till 1:45. I'm going to give them a chance to change the technology, and then also any other things that you need to do. So we'll be on recess till 10:45. Okay, I think we're gonna, I hate to stop some good discussion, but hopefully we'll have another break where you can have some discussion, and then we'll have some discussion at the end too, so. So why don't we go ahead and start again, and I'm gonna turn it back over to Mr. Quiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Mark Quiner with NCSL. Last but certainly not least, our third presenter is Dr. Oliver of the Nevada Association of School Boards. Dr. Oliver.
Good morning. Chair Dennis, thank you for having me. Committee, I am Dr. Deb Oliver with the Nevada School Boards Association. And for my time with you, I really would like to talk to you about elected school board governance, focusing on Nevada and what's going on in Nevada, really having an understanding, listening to comments today. Appreciate the presentation and the information that was shared at a national level, looking around at what is going on in governance. But I think there's something that is very important for all of us to really understand is, what is school board governance? So we're going to dive into some of that. I'm going to try and do this so we go this way. So again, I'm with the Nevada Association of School Boards, and a bit about the Nevada Association of School Boards is we are the association that all of our membership are trustees throughout the state. We're a nonprofit organization, and the government of the association is by the elected officials, the elected trustees. Each of the 17 districts is represented on our board. Both Washoe and Clark County have an additional 1 or 2 representatives on our board, which, looking at their student population and what they're doing, so we really feel that there's equal representation on the association board to give us a unified voice in what is of interest and what needs to be supported. And I'm here today to share with you ideas and concepts coming from our governing body, from all of our elected members in the state of Nevada. So with our association, we really focus on training and information. We are the provider of training. Professional learning really is how I like to call it. It's leadership and governance. And everything that is revolved around the professional learning that the school board members go through has the lens of school board governance, which is a different beast at times, as we all know, than other types of governance, say nonprofit governance or any other kind of governance. So the focus is on school board governance. The advocacy work that the association provides is from the voice of all 107 members of our association. Oops, let me go back one. Sorry, I clicked too fast. We offer policy support, not necessarily services, but we offer policy support to districts that need some advice or some help with some of the policies that as they begin to write and how to administer them. As the question was asked earlier, they not only write policy for their district, but they also uphold that policy and represent, hopefully, the policy that they're writing with their, within the work that they do. And we also provide superintendent searches. Within the last 3 years, we have supported 4 districts with their superintendent searches, because that is a main role of a school board, is to hire and support and work with their school superintendent. So we work closely with our membership to support them in their searches. And that's with training around what does that look like. It is helping with finding candidates, how to vet their candidates, and looking at everything in that search service. The Nevada School Board Association is also an affiliate of the National School Boards Association. And here, the National School Boards Association also provides so much training and support to our membership. There's a national conference that was recently held at the beginning of April where they hear national voice. There's opportunities for school board members to come together with those from around the state and collaborate and share ideas and exchange things that are going on within their districts, within their state. There are regions that we belong to the Pacific region, which are the Pacific region states, really those over on the far west of the country, and gather monthly with our regions to talk about issues and things that are going on. And this is an opportunity of that collaboration and really understanding what's happening legislatively in different states, what's happening within large districts, what's happening in our rural districts. And the conversations are rich. Those that attend the regional meetings then bring them back and share them within districts. And that really helps shape the direction and ideas that our association have. And I think a key piece that we all have is that all children should have equal access to an excellent education. And that really is a goal of both of our organizations. So this is what we would advocate for, that locally elected school board members provide citizen oversight of the community's schools and protect the public interest of preserving a free and equitable public education system in the United States. There was a question that was just asked, so you do not have these slides in front of you. I've just put them in. I shared the information, but I just wanted you to see that when we look nationally, this information is from the National School Boards Association. They did share this with me recently, that we look at 59% of school boards throughout the United States and Washington, D.C. are locally elected. 19% are primarily elected. Then we've got the equally elected and appointed. 4% primarily appointed, and 8% are mayoral control or have no board. I know some of you are writing that down. Did I go too fast? It is in the, it is on. I put them in the new PowerPoint, so if we need those, we can definitely get those to you. So the other piece here, as we were talking about the elected or appointed in urban schools, and what does that look like? 82% of our urban schools, the larger schools, are primarily locally elected. And this is from the Council of Great City Schools. So as one of our commenters, this is where this information is coming from. And looking at elected school boards, 96% of school districts have elected school boards, including 2/3 of the 25 largest districts in the United States. Thinking of progressively and how that moves us forward is it gives local control for schools. Schools are the hub of any community. Showing up to a basketball game at the local high school or one of the many local high schools, a volleyball match, a track meet, a drama, an art showing. Schools are the heart of a community and very valuable to every community is having a voice in what that school looks like. It was shared earlier that there's really no set idea of what it looks like because it really is set on the vision and the values of the board, which represents the vision and the values of the community. And that's why they look different in different communities. We're going to see schools that might look different just within our state. If we look at White Pine to Carson City, it looks different from Washoe to Clark. So the vision and the values really set what it looks like for our schools and our districts. So I'm going to bring this now back to Nevada, where school boards in Nevada, we have 17 locally elected school boards. We have 17 districts in the state. Each district has, each county has a district, and each of those has an elected school board. We have 15 rural communities, or what we would say are rural. Excuse me, Carson, I know they don't think so, but they still fall within that parameter. And then we have 2 urban districts, and that's Clark and Washoe. Each are governed by statutes and regulations that have been set through legislation, the qualifications, which we have already discussed, the ethics that they follow also come from legislation. The terms that they have, we have discussed. They have a 4-year term, 4-year terms, and have 3 of those. And then the training is also governed by regulation, which I'll talk more about. So a legal basis for governing boards. We look at NRS 386, and that statute really describes what the governing body is. It gives that there's no authority to any single individual on a board, that they are a board member by statute, and that is a board of 5 or 7, depending on the district that they're in. So it might be 5 or 7 individuals with one voice. And that the board's power really comes from that one voice, or what we call the team concept, is it's a majority voice. While there may be dissenting opinions and ideas on every board, there is the power to say those, talk about those, but when something comes to a vote on a board and a majority has ruled one way or the other on whatever the topic is, the board then needs to come together and support that decision. And that is really, when we look at school board governance, we are able to, we may say, hey, we've got watchdogs and things of this nature coming in. The board itself is a unit with one voice, maybe 5 or 7 voices to make that one voice. Gesundheit. So why elected boards? Why are they so valuable? Well, they model the democratic process for the stakeholders, and that includes our students. To see the elected officials actually running or governing their schools is an amazing model for our students, as well as our community. We know that schools are so valuable to everyone in our community, and having an elected board really creates an interest and creates engagement in the schools. They do have a voice when we have elected school board members in who they're choosing to represent them on the board, as well as having those conversations with their neighbor as they are on the board. It allows for more direct accessibilities for the families having the elected boards, because again, they feel as though they have had that opportunity to elect them in and say, this is the person that we want to represent our ideas, our vision, and our values of what that is. And it really creates for us here in Nevada that nonpartisan idea in who is running our schools, that it isn't, that it's nonpartisan, I'll just say that, which is really in the best interest for students and for those that work in the district. The largest number of elected officials in the United States are school board members. Over 90,000 school board members in the United States are elected officials. We have 13,600 local school districts in the United States, and well, I guess I should say 86,000 of those 90,000 are elected. So as we have been talking and the conversation has been going, the elected, there is a purpose behind that elected, and that is really that voice and choice of the constituents within the community to be able to have their voice. In Nevada, as I mentioned, we do have 107 elected members representing their areas, their districts, their regions, or their open areas, however they're done within their school districts. When we think of that stakeholder engagement, recently we were also was mentioned was looking at ethnic minorities and what does that, how does that represent as we look at elected officials. It offers an opportunity for our ethnic minorities to get involved. It gives them the opportunity to have the representation that they are seeking, that we need to help them seek, and helps them to provide that community service. By having elected board members, it really ensures the ability to have that door open for anyone in the community to be involved. It gives them that opportunity. We want to leave that door open to ensure the involvement of our public in our schools through school board governance. Again, some direct accessibility for families. Elected school board members have increased responsiveness to their stakeholders. They've been voted in. They've been given that we trust you, we want you to represent us. So there's a feeling that there's more ability for that conversation, that two-way conversation to occur between the people in the community and their school board members. An increased opportunity for discussions through community conversations. School board members will go out into their communities, sometimes sitting in high schools or elementary school libraries, and open up to the community and talk to them and find out what is it that's going on, what's happening. Here are some things we're thinking about as a board. How does that relate to you? What are the issues? What are the things that you're seeing that we need to help focus on? So there really is an opportunity there with our elected officials to have that kind of relationship with those that have voted them in. So we talked about voter turnout, and in the last presentation, we heard that there wasn't great voter turnout. Well, these are some percentages from our last election, and in Clark County, the Trustee A seat had 80.35% voter turnout for that. And you can see what they are here when we get to the commissioner level. 77, the county commissioner, 77.61%. Commissioner B, 75.71%. This is, this shows the community wants to be involved in choosing their school board members. For Washoe County, here again, we can see such similarities. There's not enough disparity, I think, here to say, from Trustee A in Washoe County at 87.45%, and then Commissioner A is 86, and Commissioner B 84%. So again, an example that our communities are turning out to vote for their school board members. And to give you an example, in a rural community in Elko County, we had 76 and 75%-ish for the school board members, and a county commissioner at 85%. So again, just showing our community is interested in having a voice in their school boards, in their schools, and the direction that their schools are going. Now, I know Ms. Sturm shared this with you on what the compensation is for school board members, but here we have under $20,000 is $250 per month. And for over $20,000 to just under $100,000 is $400 per month. And over $100,000 population is $750 per month. That can be paid out bi-monthly or monthly. And it also includes reimbursement for travel, mileage, food, hotels, all at the GSR rate, the government rate. As a comparison, looking at our Clark County commissioners earn a yearly salary of approximately $72,000, and they also receive benefits. In a comparison, and I will just say, Clark County School District is, I will say one of, because I don't know 100% if they are the largest employer in the state, but we're looking at a governing body that's making $750 per month to govern the largest employer in our state. Something to think about. Washoe County commissioners earn a salary of approximately $66,000. It may be more than that, but that would, that's why I have the approximates there. So this is where we really need to start looking at, what do school board members know? How are they doing the work that they do? From AB 451, 386, each elected or appointed trustee will complete in their first and third term no less than 4 hours of instruction. So no less than, they have to have 4 hours to all of this list that is here, and that's laws relating to public records, open meeting law, laws relating to local government, employee management relations, laws governing the system of K-12 public education in the state, laws relating to local government and ethics, identify and prevent violence, including without limitation sexual violence, financial management, including oversight, accountability, and audits, and the fiduciary duties of a member of the Board of Trustees of a school district. So when we look at this statute, we're looking at school board members that need to have up to no less than 4 hours of training on their first and their third term, covering all of these items. It is a big bite in 4 hours of what's required. Assemblywoman Miller, when you mentioned earlier, we heard of 4 hours to 15 hours that some school board, excuse me, yes, was the thought of 4 hours, is that all? Because you had said we go through 3 days or 4 days of deep training. Over the past several years with our school boards, the training has been completely focused on these topics, very deeply focused specifically on school board governance. And that is a shift. Thinking of the requirement of the training, that could be an opportunity for growth in support of accountability around the role of a school board trustee, accountability to what type of depth of knowledge that they may be needing to gain when they take the seat. Again, these are throwing ideas, things to think about. Because what we really want to have are effective school boards. And we want to have effective school board governance. Very different than other things. So I have the question, and write this down, take a moment to think about it. But what does effective school board governance look like? What is effective school board governance? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about that. Effective governance provides a structure that reflects the community's values and the vision. School board trustees, our school boards, set the vision and the values of the district. There's a direct correlation between our school board and what goes on in our schools at the classroom level. There's a commitment to be effective. There's a commitment by all on a board to serve all children equally, equitably, and the whole child. That there's a democratic process for all of the stakeholders to have a voice in what happens in a school board, in their meetings, prior to their meetings, in the policy that they set, that they have that they are directly accessible to policymakers like yourselves to be able to share what's going on, that there's accountability and transparency on a board. Much of that occurs in our open meetings with what goes on, but we've got to have that accountability to our school board members, ethically, morally, fiduciarily, in a governance way, and that it is nonpartisan, that we're not looking at politics for what happens in a school, that we look at a governance structure that is about student achievement. So effective governance, there are some key studies that are there. There's not deep studies, as you recently heard in the past presentation, on school board governance and the kind of research that we really would like to have and understand. The Lighthouse study is the most recent, and the study number 2, Standards of Effective Boards, really brings around the ideas that that we utilize to understand what is effective board governance. So the Iowa Association of School Boards, with support of the National School Boards Association, conducted this ongoing research on effective school boards and their role for advancing student achievement. The studies identified 8 characteristics of school boards with higher levels of student achievement and how they led their districts toward high performance. The conclusion of this study is school board actions are a key part of a culture of improvement, and school boards can create conditions that promote student learning. Key focus on student learning. I'll get to the 8 in just a moment, but what the outcome of this study, and a quote from this study, is student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. I'm going to say it again. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. So who are those adults? Whose adults' behavior? Which adults have to change their behavior? Are we pointing here, the principal, the parents, the teachers' behaviors, the school board members have to change, the superintendent, administration? We can go all over the place and say, the adult, whose adult behaviors are we talking about? And in every workshop that I do, in every training that I do, whether here in Nevada, outside of Nevada, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, starting with me. And that would be true for everyone in this room and everyone that's listening to this today, to this workshop today, starting with me. Student outcomes are the most important thing, the only thing, really, that a school provides. That's what they're there for, is to help develop the whole child. So effective school boards. What do they look like? Recently, I know that Mr. Irwin said these. They're here in front of you now. The 8 ideas that we think of for effective school boards are, I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read these. Commit to a vision of high expectations for student achievement and quality instruction. And they define clear goals toward the vision. These goals are SMART goals. They are clear goals that are student outcome focused. The idea of schools is to promote the growth, the health and well-being of our students, academically, emotionally, personally. So those goals should be student outcomes focused. They share strong beliefs about what is possible for students to achieve and their ability to learn, as well as the capability of the school system to teach all children at high levels. They're accountability driven. They spend less time on operational issues and more time focused on policies to improve student achievement. And if we go back to that first one, when we know we have clear goals and are working to achieve those, these others fall into place because the goals are the end marker that a school board is working toward. And when they're student outcomes focused, 50% of a school board meeting should be spent focused on their goals, which are student outcomes focused. So number 4 is have a collaborative relationship with staff and the community and establish a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals. They're data savvy. They embrace and monitor data, even when the information is negative, and use data to drive continuous improvement. They align and sustain resources such as professional development to meet district goals. They lead as, excuse me, they lead as a united team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles with strong collaboration and mutual trust. And they participate in team development and training, sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge, values, and commitment for the improvement efforts. So when we think of effective boards, that's what our goal is. These characteristics are the goals that we look to help promote. We help grow these characteristics in our school board members. So the effective governance teams, their primary focus is student learning and performance. Student learning, their whole child. They set the vision and the values of the district. They really do establish the mission and the goals for the district. And that's through the voice of their constituents that they're representing. They understand what the needs are, what the desires are, and they bring those with them. And an effectively fulfilled board responsibility, they are ethical and they follow legal behaviors. They maintain or use their current policies. And if their policies are outdated, they need to understand and change them based on data, based on things that are informing the policy that they need, and they delegate authority. They monitor progress. So once they've set the goals, which again I will say are SMART goals, they monitor that progress. We're looking at goals 3 to 5 years, guardrails that are put into place, monitoring those goals on a quarterly basis to make sure if there are adjustments and things that might need to be made as they look at their data. Again, they're respectful and should be collaborative relationships within and among themselves, with their superintendent and the staff. So we have school boards, and then we have the governance team, and the governance team actually includes the superintendent. So we've got our school board trustees and our governance team, which includes the superintendent. They're two-way, they're reliable. They represent their community, all of their stakeholders, and they do that by listening, by going out and finding out what they need to know. And they engage in professional training, professional development to improve their government practices. So I just mentioned the governance team is the board and the superintendent. So I'm going to take us through rather quickly about what this relationship looks like, because it's very different. At the state level, we have our State Board of Education and our state superintendent. This governance team is not directly related to that relationship. That is a different governance structure, while very functional and doing amazing things I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. But this is really school board governance. So they understand and respect each other's roles. They understand who they are. They really work to have two-way communication. Presidents typically meet with their superintendent on a weekly basis to know what's going on, to have a heads up what's going on. If there are special work meetings that need to occur around things, they will have an understanding of their roles and responsibilities to understand what is the superintendent's job and what is the school board's job. So what is the difference between the board and the superintendent? It's a big one. The board decides the what. The superintendent decides the how. And that's where we have to have those clear lanes for effective governance. That's where that two-way communication really is important. So the board hires the superintendent. That's their primary role, hiring and overseeing the duties, determines the vision and the goals of the district. They approve the policies. that the district has, reviews and approves the budget. And understanding what a budget is very, crucial. They approve contracts. They approve contracts in many ways. They also are the oversight of the superintendent's contract. They monitor progress of the district, of the student achievement that's occurring in the district. Whether there is student achievement on the plus or if it's got a backslide going down, they monitor that progress so that they can monitor and adjust what's going on. And they really are the community advocate for the school. The superintendent then takes the goals that have been set based on data, develops an action plan, complies with all regulations, the superintendent is the one that's in charge of the staff and the operations of the district. That's the how. When we start to cross those lines, that's not what we consider effective governance. So the school board governs and the superintendent manages. There's a few other ideas on here for you to see what the differences are. Together, they make that governance team. Understanding these roles for a school board trustee is incredibly important to know that we're not the ones that are setting the budget, we're approving the budget, as an example. Some of the challenges, sorry, spacing got funky there. But they do serve as a team. They're not individual. They are 5 or 7 voices coming together, and they work to maintain unity and focus. When we have effective school boards, as we have found in the Lighthouse study, when we look at that and we see these 8 characteristics, we know there's effective governance happening, and then we know student achievement is going to follow at a higher level. From what the studies have talked about. A challenge of school board governance is operating in a dynamic and uncertain political climate or uncertain and political times. 2020 brought us all to an interesting perspective, and our school board trustees were, I'm going to say, I think we all know they were taken to task. There were very uncertain times is just a good way to call what was going on. As I know you all felt much of the weight, our school board trustees felt much of the weight what was going on. And I think the voice of the community came out loud and clear and strong at school board meetings on how much they do care and how much they do want to be involved in their child's education, in their grandchild's education. The support necessary to govern through these challenging times comes back to some of the accountability that we can maybe think about in the future in supporting the trustees where they are. So how do we get there? How do we really move to effective governance? And it is through training. It is through continual training and coaching. Joyce and Shower's research, started in the 80s and has been redone back in the 90s and in the 2000s, talking about support in learning does not happen at a one-time event, but it's the ongoing coaching where we actually see a change in behavior, a change in growth, learning, application of the learning that's being that's gone on, and that is at 95% with coaching that we will see an increase. A 5% is really what we'll see on a one-time training. We get it, and we kind of revert back to what we've known or what we've done. So we follow at the Nevada Association of School Boards, we follow evidence-based professional development. We utilize the research to develop and to have or find the training to support the ongoing. I have up here the Silver State Governance, and there's a history of what Silver State Governance is. The Silver State Governance is what we named this. It really is the student outcomes focused governance, and it's a governance model which really should be considered a framework, not a model. It's a framework to hang good governance on. It helps build characteristics that we look for with guidance through coaching. And so this model was developed by A.J. Craybill, who at the time was the Deputy Commissioner of the Texas Education Foundation. Chiefs for Change and the Council of Great City Schools worked together on this framework, looking at all of the research and implementing that into what do we need? How can we get to a student-focused, outcomes-focused governance framework or model? The Nevada Department of Education then worked with some local groups, went and hosted an interest meeting in 2018, and in 2019, the Gwynn Center, the Nevada Association of School Boards, and the Nevada Department of Education really came together to look at this and say, this is powerful, this is good, and provided a pilot training. We had 3 districts go through the pilot, and subsequently we have had 6 districts go, I believe 6 districts go through the Silver State Governance 2-day training, and the State Board of Education has gone through the 2-day training. Through the training, they utilize SMART goals that is looking at data of their student outcomes to see where the gaps are and understanding what that data is saying, and finding the gaps to focus on growth. And that's where they set their goals. Interim goals are set so that they can learn how to progress monitor as we're moving forward. The guardrails are set so that a superintendent has the guardrails, or what I like to call the bumpers, if you ever go bowling with kids and you put the bumpers up, that allows the superintendent the leeway to do what needs to happen operationally to be able to move forward and raise student achievement. And there's ongoing coaching that goes along with this model. All of the training that the School Board Association is doing here has a focus of student outcomes focus to it. So everything that the training that is provided by NASB has that. The State Board of Education has gone through. They set 2 amazing goals for the state, focusing on student outcomes, and that's raising from the top 20 to the top 10 academically, nationally, because we really are in the top 20 academically when we look at academics alone. And then also increasing the CTE CCNR, God, thank you. It's this, the CCNR diploma. Big overarching goals that districts and our school board members are aware of and are working to put their goals together to support these state goals. It's the first time Nevada has had these kind of state goals. And so the direction there is student outcomes focused, which has been awesome. Lincoln County School District has began implementing Silver State Governance in 2019. They were one of our first pilot schools to go through, and Superintendent Pam Teal and her board have been utilizing this framework with what they have. Through the COVID pandemic, they did not lose ground academically. They stayed or increased with the focus that they had, and to date, they are on track to meet their goals. So it following what research tells us works, and we know it's there. So Professional learning, and I've just talked about this, some of the other things, professional learning that this NASB provides is a new board member orientation. It's a half a day. It's a quick it's an overview of what to expect as a new school board member, and then comes back several months later after they've been able to be in a few meetings and kind of get a lay of the land to have something to draw upon for that support. We provide mentors now to newly elected school board members. So some of our seasoned members have become mentors for the new trustees. So they have somebody outside of their district to talk to and ask things about and have some of that support that they need. Some of the questions that you can't ask your other board member, or you don't want to because you're curious of whatever. We have the mentoring there. We have a new president's training for new board presidents, so that they can understand the ins and outs of what it means to be a school board president, that they're not doing that alone. They now have a cadre of 17 presidents that they're able to connect with and share with and support each other through. There's an annual conference which provides ideas, training around all of the topics that they are needing to look at, all focused on school board governance, all focused on AB 451. So accountability. NASB supports the transparent decision-making process and local control and increased accountability for school board trustees. Accountability now for training, if they meet those 4-hour minimum, is if they have not met the 4-hour minimum, their name gets placed on their school district website. And that's the extent of that accountability. Mandatory training and enforcement for all trustees. And by mandatory training, although we have that currently, would be a deeper level of support in training, matching that accountability, so that there's a better understanding of the role that they play. It's a large role, and we believe there's more in that accountability side we could support them with to get there. So I'll just close with this. That NASB believes locally elected boards of education represent the most fundamental element of a democratic society and are the embodiment of representative government. It is critical that school boards set the vision, establish the values, and outline the goals of the district. All board action is student-centered as they set policies, hire superintendents, and participate in advocacy on behalf of all students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Senator Dondaraloop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So I don't know if you can answer this or this goes in our parking lot, but with all this training, I do believe there needs to be more, and I understand that it's the first and third year of their term. Maybe those aren't the right placements, or they are, I don't know. But why isn't it working? Why are we still experiencing issues? And not us specifically, but across the United States. I mean, I know we're talking about Nevada, but this isn't a localized, it's localized to us because we're here, but if the training's happening, is it just going by deaf ears? What is happening that it's not part of the process?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Dondaraloop. Deb Oliver, for the record. I would offer an opinion, not based on research. We can offer training, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is, that the training is occurring with all trustees. a one occurrence of a training, again, 5% of that training is actually what sticks with someone. So when we look at how the learning process of what's going on, maybe there's more coaching that needs to come on, longer terms of that, a real understanding of the role. We also have accountability around training on school board behaviors. What does it mean to be on the school board, and what does that behavior look like? What should we, what are the expectations? That's something that is not there. The ethic and moral side of that. When somebody is not performing their duties as a school board member, what occurs? The accountability for that, while more, trying to say this nicely or accurately. We look at restorative justice in our schools right now, and the process to help our students learn what behaviors, understand themselves, what's going on, understand their social emotional side and aspect of where they are, understanding their emotions. When we look at restorative justice, that's a foundation of what that is, and giving the students the opportunity then to come back and relearn and understand. Similarly, with school board trustees nationally, that would be something that we have at a national level as of executive directors have talked about, to say, how do we bring some of our, I'll just say rogue board members, for lack of a better term, looking at a national level. What do we do? How can we support their growth and understanding what's going on? And that's why training is critical, but it has to have some sort of accountability to it to make it work. And it's really ongoing.
And my suggestion might be for the parking lot is that we reassess that it would be the first year and the third year. I always say as an educator, the first year you do something is the first year you do it, right? So you're unconsciously unskilled.
Right.
Second year you do it, you become consciously unskilled. You start to know what you don't know,
Yes.
but you still need to do those things. So if you're skipping that second year, now by the time you're in the third year, whereas you in the educator world, you become consciously skilled, you've skipped that step. So that might be something we want to consider, is doing the training at different times, because I can't imagine doing the job I'm doing without some ongoing training. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think, let's go to Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have so many questions. Thank you for, it's okay. Thank you for the presentation. It's just so many questions. So it's okay if I ask 3 of them? Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Well, let's see how they go.
Okay.
Let's start with the first one.
The first one, the word accountability is used here often, and I greatly appreciate that, both as an educator and then also as a taxpayer, as all of us are in here. But what is meant by accountability? What is that going to be, a nasty email that many of our teachers get if they put in a missing assignment and it comes up as a 0? And I believe that's happening right now in Clark, where people will get a nasty little email that says, you put that in wrong. Is accountability where somebody stands up and says, you did this wrong? Is accountability where the president of the school board says, you need to do this? What do you mean by accountability other than the election day? I need more definition than that awesome term, because it's just so easily misdefined.
Thank you. Deb Oliver, again for the record. Accountability. I believe that is something that this group here today is going to be discussing, what that could look like. But I believe as an association, when we have gotten together, when our school board members have gotten together, our board of directors have gotten together and talk about accountability, it is to be able to somehow have the ability to not just send a nasty email, but to actually make a difference in whether it's behaviors, not following policy. We have policy, school boards have policy that they're supposed to follow, but what happens when somebody doesn't? We can move to a censure, but what happens prior to that? So when we're talking about that kind of accountability, what's the accountability at the state level? What kind of training? Because really is 4 hours of training every first and third year, is that sufficient? And what's the accountability to that? Putting our name on a website. So maybe if I didn't finish, as an example, opinion, but maybe if I didn't achieve those 4 hours, then in year 2, I need to achieve those 4 hours. And if I don't, maybe there's time to do that. But if I don't achieve that at that point, maybe I need to sit out of being a board member until I get them done. Types of accountability. We really have more than a written thing of here you are. Those are first steps. What happens afterwards? What if we're ethically not doing our job? How, as a school board trustee, what kind of accountability needs to occur for that? What creates that? I'm not one to say what that should be. I'm here to bring to light that those are things that we can think about, and I know as a community can come together to understand and do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And so that brings up other things possibly that can then be done also at the local level where the policies can be created in that fashion. Thank you. So I'm actually going to move on to another slide. I think it's slide 25, 26. It has to do with understanding the role of the board and superintendents. The board approves contracts. The superintendents are able to have something to do with all employees' relations and negotiations. Does that include members that are not part of a collective bargaining agreement who are able to get bonuses? Is that under the board or is that under the superintendent? Who makes that sort of decision, which I believe has been made in the past year or so in one of our school districts here?
I might defer to Mr. Killian. Deb Oliver.
Mr. Killian, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. The best answer to that question might be it's complicated. Ultimately, the board, the school district board is what votes on and approves the budget, which would include those particular line items. However, the way that those line items are decided is left to the discretion of the board and the superintendent and any relevant collective bargaining groups, even if the particular employees may not be members of that group. So it's kind of a difficult question to answer generally. It can happen differently in each district, and the vagaries of the collective bargaining process and the bonus bargaining process are kind of difficult to describe in general terms.
Thank you. And I just a clarifying thing. They're not able to be members of a collective bargaining group. They are members of the executive branch. But that is, if I'm understanding, then that is a decision based upon the budget that is approved. But then it's up to the superintendent to make the decision as to how to utilize that budget. Am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, so the superintendent would make the decisions on what's included in the budget that's presented to the school board, but the school board would then make the decision on whether to approve that budget or not, and that's the budget that then the organization would live under. So both entities have a role in that process, I think is probably the best way to describe it.
Thank you. And this will be my last one. I believe this comes under... it's under the great chart that now I can't figure out where I put it. I put too many Post-it notes in here. The chart that has all of the little things that, oh, there it is. It is about slide 21, and it has to do with effective school boards, 1 through 8 items. Is the interpretation of number 4, is that where being a strong employer would come in? Because you made that point earlier in the presentation, which I greatly appreciated, is that our school districts are, in fact, many times the largest employers in districts. But yet, I'm not seeing where exactly that's defined, either in this item And I do agree with you that students should always be the number one item, but we also have to think of it as a business. And there are investments in professional development for educators, whether they are bus drivers, teachers, principals. And those investments, when they leave after 5 years, that's a huge professional development investment. So I'm just wondering where exactly are the employers, as the role as an employer, listed as a school board trustee and member.
Thank you, Deb Oliver. When we think of, from this study, the Lighthouse Study of Effective School Boards, these are the 8 characteristics that were uncovered that really came out of that study to say these are the 8 characteristics that create a strong school board that then has student success. When you, I think you were talking about number 4, have a collaborative relationship with staff and the community and establish a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals. So 50% of a school board meeting, I mentioned this earlier, should be on those student outcome focused goals. The other 50% is on the business of the district. And so it's not a one shot only, but 50% of what they're doing should be focused on that. Around that, when you mention the bus drivers and you mention anybody else that works in a school, they all directly touch and impact our students in many ways. And so they are embraced within, when we talk about that communication and collaboration, they are a part of that. It is a community. And when we think of a district community, within a district, we have a classroom community. We have grade level communities, and it expands from there where we have our schools and the school community. And it goes to our feeder schools and that community that surrounds, to the district as a whole. The Board of Trustees is responsible for ensuring that all stakeholders have a voice when we look at these characteristics, and that's all stakeholders. So that is our business community, our parents, our staff that works in the cafeteria. So it's not, I guess, as I view this, it is inclusive of everything that you're talking about. They're not really disparate things that we're plugging together. It's the whole package. It's all together.
All right. Other questions from members? Okay, so we'll go to public question. Okay, so obviously we're on a subject about, and you don't get to go away because there might be questions. That's why. So we're on questions that might be of you. So if any questions that we have for her on elected school boards, the current ones that we have, we're not trying to make any decisions today on this issue, but we want to clarify any questions that have come up in your minds. So questions? Yeah, I haven't heard from you yet.
I'm Carrie Kaufman, and this is on the record. I'm writing about this. I want to follow up with what Assemblywoman Anderson said, and I would like to know what the accountability is for school board members who break the rules, who tweet during meetings, who post on social media during meetings, who attack teachers, what have you. It seems to me that aside from don't do that, there's really nothing that keeps them from doing that. The other part of it is, as Assemblywoman Anderson pointed out, she brought up the raises that were given in a certain school district to executive committee members, and the trustees of that school district were just plain lied to about how that worked, and were totally surprised that so much of a raise was given. And when one person said, hey, I don't particularly like this phraseology, they were sort of like batted away, but they turned out to be absolutely right. That phraseology was what allowed $431,000 in raises to be given. So how do you keep the superintendent and those people accountable for not lying to their board?
And remember, we don't have to answer all this stuff today, but I mean, if we don't know the answer, but we definitely need to do some research if we don't know the answer. And we're not talking about specific. She mentioned some specific, so.
No, I get you, right? So
Right.
I'm asking you the question, but I'm asking everybody that question.
Right.
I get that we need to keep, we need to have school boards accountable, but I don't see it as a one-way street. That's all.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Deb Oliver, on the record. Thank you. That is, the accountability piece is, I think, as our board might say, is a missing piece. And it's accountability, I don't know if I have to talk this way, but it's accountability to.
If you look forward, they can see you.
Hello, sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. So the accountability piece is a two-way street, and what does that look like? The School Board Association has talked about accountability amongst itself, and how do we do this? Is it the School Board Association that should help hold accountable for behaviors that maybe some of them that you're speaking about? Where does that come from? And we can really do as much training. Assemblywoman Anderson, as you said, we can offer as much as we can, but there does come a point in time where there needs to be Mama Bear needs to step in and say, that's not okay. And what does that look like? I think that's something, as we're looking forward in the school board, in the operations, mentioned earlier, on what might a shift look like? Well, rather than starting completely over, what is it that we can do to increase the value of the structure, increase the structures that we have in place, to see if there are things that we can do along the way, and accountability would be one of them. And I appreciate your question, who holds the superintendent accountable? Well, that would be the board. And again, the board is a team of 5 or 7 with one voice. So a majority rule, the majority votes one way, that is the direction that a board takes. So I don't know, that's a beginning of a thought process around a very tough question.
So definitely accountability, and I see that on the board there. Okay, I think you had your hand up.
I'll ask one, and then, okay, I'll start with one. Dr. Oliver, I admire and respect you so much. So when we're talking about accountability, tomorrow there's a suggestion. Oh, sorry, Anna Binder, for the record. Tomorrow there's a suggestion presented in some paperwork from NASB to the board for the work session, and it's item number 3, page 4. Trustees will inform the superintendent if they intend to ask a question at a board meeting. Can you explain how that is supposed to work? Like, as I would think my elected official, I would expect them to ask any question they deem relevant and not ask for permission to ask that question. So can you explain that?
Deb Oliver, thank you, Ms. Binder.
And just so you know, we're not, you don't have to, we don't have to get into the
No, I was
whatever of NASB, but how it relates to trustees, I think is important.
This would relate to trustees, is the recommendations that have been made, or the thoughts behind what will, in the report to the Clark County School Board, is based on their policy. And that's where I think I could leave that.
Okay. Yes.
Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. And this is a question for Dr. Oliver, but don't feel like it has to be all you. I know that the genesis of this conversation has to do with school board governance and questions around professionalism, accountability at the school board level. At the same time, a bigger concern of mine professionally and personally is a lot of the other dynamics that we've seen at school boards and around public education generally, because it seems as if, at least over the last, several years, that school boards, public education generally, has become the target of a focused political attack that's coordinated, that moves disinformation around a number of subjects. We've seen, masks, efficacy question, vaccines, critical race theory. We now have kind of the book burning thing, curriculum around, sex education, gender identity issues, et cetera. And, I think some people know this about me. In a previous life, I was a local elected official who apparently was quite controversial. So I was very controversial for a decade in a place that took its local politics very, very seriously. And I think in the 10 years I had what the police considered one legitimate death threat. In 10 years. And I was very I'm on the Fox News and in the New York Times and Washington Post and all that. Had one death threat that was serious in 10 years. I know school board members that get legitimate death threats regularly here in Nevada. And so there's kind of a different time. Like, I'm very lucky not to be very high profile. I mean, folks maybe know me in Carson City, but I don't keep a high profile. I'm not subject to those attacks. But the question is, amidst this, right, environment, what is the advice of NASB to your members in terms of, how school board meetings are run, or how to deal with kind of the vitriol or these very personal attacks? Violence. I know, look, you have, this very emotional piece written by former Washoe trustee Thigpen, which moved me personally. You had a majority of the ELCO board resigned, different sides, and resigning for different reasons, but I think there were only 2 school board members there at one point. In terms of governance, it seems like, I heard, I don't know if it was Mr. Hardy or somebody saying start at the top, start with governance, but it seems like we almost need to start at the bottom or at the very, very top, depending on how you look at kind of a power flow chart. There does seem to be this social, cultural, political dynamic where all of a sudden school boards are in this elevated position. I know that I, as a local legislator, and just from watching, the state legislature here pretty closely in Nevada, it doesn't seem like these meetings, or meetings that I used to go to, which were kind of fun, and there were lots of sideshows there too, but not the same level of, I don't even know what to call it, but the atmosphere is thick, and it's not just the Clark County School Board of Trustees. It's a lot of school boards across the state where there's just a very thick and potential powder keg type of dynamic around them. And when you think of governance, well, maybe if they're not elected and maybe if they're appointed, they get more insulated. But it doesn't seem like that's necessarily the case nationwide. It seems as if school boards, regardless of how they are selected, have been subject to this. And it seems like that might be a question or a dynamic that we collectively should figure out. And it's not just on Nevada, because it's not unique to Nevada, but it seems like that discussion should be happening as well. And I did ask a question in there, Dr. Oliver. I don't know if you caught it. But it had to do with, in the last couple of years in terms of this dynamic that I'm talking about, what conversations at NASB have been like, and what you've been talking to board members across the state about.
Well, as I mentioned, thank you for that. I think Deb Oliver, for the record. The climate at school board meetings, in many school board meetings, became volatile at many times throughout the state. And the support, I want to say the emotional support that NASB worked to provide its membership, not only just NASB as the organization, but the individuals within the organization. The conversations, as I mentioned, the mentors, but the friendships that have occurred throughout their time with NASB, of their connecting to support each other, giving guidance to board presidents and running their meetings in, how do we keep open meeting law so that it is open to all for their public comment, yet maintain civility. And those we talked about those kind of things. We supported our presidents with weekly meetings and having them get together and talk about what was going on and how they were handling things and what was going on. As for some of the the vitriol that you're speaking about, it did cause personal, emotional stress on board members throughout, where we did have board members leaving because of the situations that they were put under, whether it was death threats, other violations that were happening on their property to them throughout the state. And when we get in times like this, it really is for a school board, for that president to be able to run a meeting so that it is still in accordance with open meeting law, having the time for the public comments to be able to continue with that, but then be able to have the ability to bring in the sheriff or the police to keep it safe, not only safe for the board members, but for those community members that are in the meeting, to be able to stop public comment when it is aimed at an individual or doesn't meet their policy of what they have, of what, I mean, it's not right policy, but when it becomes a personal attack. So those are some of the things that NASB did, I think, to answer your question, that NASB did to support during that time. Again, it was support and more understanding and training of what needs to happen. Each board president then had to take that and do what they needed to do in their own communities. And it looked different in every community. Here in Clark County, there were school police as well as city police that would be at some of the meetings. In Washoe, the same. There were several different counties actually had to stop meetings and completely recess and stop the meeting or adjourn the meeting because of what was going on in their meeting rooms. As they're behind the dais, and some of them really don't have a dais. There's not a real separation, and for example, in Carson City, the only way for them to leave would be through the crowd that was not being too nice, personally attacking. And, the fear that they all had going through, and when I say they all, I am talking about probably a majority of our school board members in the state. That's what we did, I don't know where that else to take that, but a lot occurred during that time. And I think there were some lessons that we've learned to help maybe be more preventative so that those situations then would not get out of hand as some of them did previously.
And that, the Senator Dennis, that is an important issue that at some point we need to also have this discussion, because regardless of how you get a trustee, elected or appointed, they're going to have to deal with, and if you want to keep good people, there has to be a way to have civil meetings and get things done. So I think that's an important discussion.
Thanks. Jana Wilcox-Lavin from Opportunity 180 for the record. So my question, Ms. Oliver, thanks for your thorough presentation. We saw a lot and we heard a lot in all of the presentations today that rooted back to student achievement. And if you looked at the effectiveness standards that you outlined, which spoke a lot about student achievement and in particular aligning to student outcomes, I was curious if NASB has completed any third-party audits of our current trustees, our current composition across our districts against those standards, and if you have anything you could share. And if not, I would say perhaps an important thing we could move forward with actually in short order, because all of the meetings are online, is we could do a retro analysis of our current trustees against those standards to sort of establish what in terms of composition, policy, or practice, if there are any holdbacks against those standards, what those are, that might give some direction to next steps.
Thank you for that. Yes, Deb Oliver. We have not done a thorough investigation or research into what each district and what the makeup might look like and where they are through, I will say, informal types of evaluation and with each individual board understanding where they are and thinking of what their needs might be. That really has been the approach that we've taken in support for them. And that is that has been in a direct relationship or with their whole governance team. So their superintendent and their school board really looking to say, we have room for growth. Let's do a self-evaluation. Where are we? Or gosh, we aren't anywhere. Where can, what do we need? How do we get started in moving forward with goals, with what our board is supposed to do? As a formal, no, we have not done that, and that may be something that would be interesting to look into.
John Miller, for the record. Thank you for your presentation. I concur with the previous speaker. I think the presentation would be more helpful if you squared the PowerPoint with reality, because what I saw is not what I see at the Clark County School District. 50% of a school board meeting is not spent on policy discussions around student outcome. And believe me, these are marathon meetings. To find 10 minutes of that, good luck. What I'd like to suggest, Senator Dennis and members of this committee, I'd like to see if we can bring part of this discussion closer to Nevada experience. And the one that comes to mind is the Board of Education that made a significant change in its governance model, had a before and had an after. There were reasons for it. There was a transition process, and there was an outcome. And they deal with public education. And even though it's not a local education agency, but it's part of the Department of Ed, it serves in the capacity of adopting regulations and works with the superintendent around compliance for LEAs. I think the fact that that board went from all elected to a hybrid model where there is elected and there's appointees and there's qualifications and there's also other stakeholders that have input to where we have today a relatively functioning Board of Education. I think that there's value to that for this body, but also for moving into the 23 legislative sessions. We do have examples of changes that were that occurred, and they were driven for certain reasons. And I would just strongly advise that perhaps we look at what occurred at the Board of Education. And democracy wasn't compromised.
Other questions? Others from our members? Yeah, Ms. Miller.
Senator Dennis. If I may, the state board has moved to a hybrid model, and it is working excellently. It really is, with who is on and what it is. There's a big difference. The variance between what the State Board of Education does and a local school board does. I just want to reiterate the difference is that the state board does not have the direct authority over the state superintendent. they are not approving contracts. Again, I'm just wanting to make clear of the difference. They don't negotiate contracts, nor do they evaluate them. So that those are just two differences there. Just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I keep, as we're listening, as we're having this discussion, and of course, I appreciate everyone's positions and all of the challenges that I believe that we all agree upon the challenges and the need and the desire to what can we do to do the best that we can for our students and our education system. And so I keep thinking about the core and that we're asking all these questions, and we're coming up with suggestions. And because we're in a thought generating process, where I keep going back to, and especially the question specifically about accountability. And I think of, as we're talking about government at its core, we are all trained. The foundation of our government has been a separate but equal balance of powers among three branches. And so when I think about when I consider that the school board would be like the legislature, the school district and superintendent would be like the executive branch, the real question when it comes to accountability is then who is that third branch? Who is the judicial branch? Who is that? Because we know how the three branches work. No one branch has ultimate powers, and the other branches are able to undo the work, and then that can be undone, and that the cyclical amount of power. So I guess as we're talking about it, and yet I think someone dated back to the 1800s, in the past 150 years that we've had this established style, who is the third branch? And maybe that's the key that's missing. So instead of just, we're so focused, we're stuck into this kind of two, maybe that's the question is, and I know that's not an answer, but just to think about that, maybe that's where we're struggling because we don't have that third branch to balance to, again, especially when it comes to accountability. So if we're in a process where we're really just thinking and coming up with ideas and thoughts of what we can do to move forward, that just to kind of throw it in another direction, that maybe it's more or can be more than what we're just trying to do with these two. So I guess that's all I had to say.
As you said, what thought that came to me was the citizens that vote could be that third, right?
Well, follow-up, Chair. I would say the citizens with all three of these branches already have the ability, because the highest level of accountability can happen on the ballot, right? Except for that immediate when a policy or a law is or isn't being followed with fidelity or with intent, or if there are decisions that are made that would go immediately against, whatever should be happening, or if there's certain standards put in place that, we need our school boards to do this, we need for them to follow these laws, just like the districts and the superintendents, we need them to follow these laws and these policies and on and on and on, who then can immediately say, hey, this is not working. Because with accountability, we always know there's accountability at the voting booth, but it's that immediate accountability because, again, students and staff and communities don't always have 4 years to wait for a change or something to be addressed.
And just as a, I guess, additional comment, but in our situation, the judicial's not necessarily that quick either, right? I mean, that gives the judicial branch is the one that gives you the ability if there's a dispute between the two, right? So you're talking about something that might even quicker than that.
Just maybe, and I'm not even necessarily suggesting it as much as I'm just pondering on it. Yeah. Maybe that's where our challenge is. We don't have that third component.
Right, and actually it's a very good question. So other questions. Anyone else? Yes.
Anna Binder for the record again. I can give you two perfect examples of when that could have been used for our students in the past 12 months. One had to do with the superintendent's attempted closure of Global Community High School. And then also, I don't think we could ever get like confirmation if FACES was going to be completely discontinued, as Ms. Gurr brought forward. But the community really showed up for those two issues and held them accountable to make sure that those services, like Global, for those unfamiliar, Global Community High School is the only high school in Clark County that completely serves our immigration children and our refugees. And then FACES is our community engagement. So they have several offices and they do a lot of services for the community. And so in 12 months, the community almost lost those two things, and we had to show up and we had to hold them accountable. Then we shouldn't have, who sits around and just waits for a ball to drop, and like Assemblywoman Miller said, it's like the distress that causes our students in the interim when they know that the adults, the adults who are supposed to be there to support them, and we get money for these services for them. And I can't imagine what some of the students and families went through in the brief periods of time when those issues occurred. But I'm very grateful that we had the community members that we did that stood up against it. But I think right there, when that was brought up, how many more things are happening that we don't even know about to know that we need to stand up for something until it's happening or it has transpired. And that is really important. That's very important, and I really appreciate the thought on that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, you want to wrap this section up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we heard a lot, right? And so I came up with a different sheet just for the accountability piece, because we heard so many aspects thereof on accountability that certainly we talked about enforcement. How do we enforce accountability? How do we do the training and the timing and the requirements thereof, and the sufficiency of the accountability? The duties and the training. Somebody even mentioned a superintendent accountability. And then obviously there was a lot of talk about the training requirements. And then in the end, we kind of got into the retention of members. How do we retain, I would say also recruit, retain, maybe reward the right people to serve on these boards. And obviously during the pandemic, safety became an issue for all over. I mean, I'm from Denver, and the wars we saw on the news over some of these meetings was really, really sobering. And then conductive, effective, efficient meetings for school boards. And so did I miss anything that the members would like me to add? I crossed off some of these so we could shrink them down, because we're going to eventually vote on these, right? Or let people participate on what they prioritize. So did I miss anything from y'all's standpoint? Yeah.
I think a suggestion was made. I think that's what I heard about salary, about compensation for school board.
I have that over.
And that was Assemblywoman Thomas asking the question.
Is that okay? Is that capsulated? Okay.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, and I don't know if this needs to go on the parking lot or if it's just something that just really did, and I so appreciated the clarification. It's the amount of time that's used on policy information. I think it was mentioned, the policy piece, it was mentioned it was 50%, but yet how much time does that really take? I think that's a really good point that we need to start to zero in on as a body looking at that. How much time do we really allow people to think about those things? Thank you.
Anything
Sorry,
else
I
that
was
we
just
missed?
clarifying policy and business, school business too, right?
Okay. All right, so we're going to close out that item. Okay, the last item is going to be anything that we missed that you want to make sure that we're talking about, that we get, so that if we need to get more information or, so this last piece, and then we'll finish that, and then the last item on the agenda is regular public comment. But so let's take a break. Let's go till like 8 minutes, so 25 till, and if you want to come up, you could take a look at the list while during the break maybe, and see if there's some things that are missing or things that you would want to bring up in our other discussion. So we'll be on break till 25 till. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start so that we can finish up. Right, that's what we're going to do now. Yeah.
Are you all right?
Okay, we're going to start. I don't know where everybody's at, but let's get going. Because I know there's like no place to go here to get food, so it's not like I could take a lunch break and come back, right? So you'd have to take a real break and go down the street somewhere. Okay, so we're going to move on now to item number 4, and we're on item number 2 on the agenda, but the fourth discussion item. This is kind of, okay, so what did we miss? What do we need to make sure we're talking about? And you saw, we kind of recapped what we've talked about so far, and you've been here and you participated, and I appreciate that. So let's, try to be concise just so that we're not here all the rest of the afternoon, but give us some thoughts. So we'll start here.
Thanks. Janet Wilcox-Lavin from Opportunity 180 for the record. And I just wanted to appreciate the conversation and what everyone is sharing. And what feels missing a little bit is sort of a framework to give us some guardrails for the conversation around what is a pretty significant adaptive change. And we're having a lot of technical discussions about voting and composition, which are important. And so I wanted to just put on the record a framework of some guiding principles that I and some colleagues have been working on this particular topic that I think could be valuable as we continue to push on the conversation. And so there's 3 major guiding principles. The first is around representation, so that the composition of a board should represent the diversity of its constituents through identified geographical boundaries. I think the idea here is to say we don't have to decide right now what those boundaries look like, but we certainly can think about them in the context of representation that matters. Qualifications, so composition of board members represents the expertise aligned to the specific role. And again, I think if we were to take all the comments in today's conversation, we could map a lot of what was discussed against these guiding principles and then be able to have a real conversation about which of the mechanics we think makes sense to bring our vision to life. But first we have to align on what we actually want and what that means for kids, which I think is still sort of nebulous in this discussion. And then the last thing is around accountability, which I know is a term that's been shared a lot today and appreciated the Assemblywoman's push for definition. I think that really matters. And so in the context of the guiding principles that I'm putting forward, it means various methods on how trustees are selected, and then ensuring board members carry out their commitment. And what we've identified is the state's goals, either using the state's federal submission for ESSA, which is the ESSA plan, or the SIP, which is reviewed and approved every year by the state board. I think it's really hard to hold a school district accountable to the goals they exclusively set for themselves. details. And looking at the state's goals gives us at least a benchmark and a framework to push all the districts forward. So just wanted to share those for consideration as the conversation continues to sort of organize the discussion.
Thank you. What else? What other discussions, comments?
Thank you, Senator Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. Just for folks on the committee, NSCA did submit public comment. I'm not going to read it, so you can read it at your leisure, but do want to make a couple of points. One, I love this format. Thank you, Senator, for providing it for us. I don't know that we're going to get to agreement in the room on where to move in terms of governance models, but maybe we can get to some type of compromise where there's mostly agreement, but probably not full agreement. Just a couple of random points. One, I'm one of a handful of people in the room that engages in school board elections. Senator Dennis, I believe you're now on the board of the ABC PAC, is that correct? Which was formed, I believe, a few years ago to as an independent expenditure committee to engage specifically in Clark County School Board of Trustee elections. PAC that I am the treasurer of, Strong Public Schools Nevada, has engaged in school board elections in Clark County and elsewhere in the state. I believe Mr. Belladita was here, and he has some PACs as well. I believe Paul from the chamber has BizPAC, right, which is engaged a little bit in school board elections. And so there are people in the room that do engage. One thing from us at Strong Public Schools is a great pool of potential candidates for school boards. Our members mostly are ineligible to serve on their school boards due to conflict. Sometimes you have cases where you have a teacher who teaches in one district or county and lives in another, and they're able to serve on school boards. Our Vice President, Dawn Echeverry, who's a teacher in Washoe, served on the Story County School Board, was a very, very good school board member, in my opinion. And so maybe educator representation and educator voice on school boards is something that the legislature could look at and take up. I know that there's a conflict that's there, but if that conflict is public and addressed in a specific way by the state, that could work. And then just as someone who spends a bit of my members' money on these elections, along with some member leaders that I work with, maybe something about more democracy. Like, instead of going away from democracy, how do we expand democracy? And I've seen that at the legislature over the last 2 years, and potentially moving school board races up just physically on the ballot. The idea of at large, I think, is worth consideration. I think ranked choice. We'll see what happens with ballot measures that are out there, but I think for school board races that could work. I was, my last election that I won was one of the nation's first under a ranked choice voting system. I thought that it would be bad for me because I was strident. But conventional wisdom is that ranked choice voting favors more moderation in terms of candidates and more collaboration between candidates. And so I know that partisans don't love ranked choice voting, and I was there at one point in my life, even though I did ultimately support the proposal that brought San Francisco ranked choice voting in 2006. Lastly, I would say public financing of elections. Obviously, there's long precedent in terms of federal, public financing. It's been done in some places around the country. But if you mitigate outside money, then you can have a truer form of democracy. So those are just a few of our ideas. We have a bullet point, a list of bullet points of potential ideas that also could be helpful, but we appreciate this conversation. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Other comments? All right. Any questions or comments from the members? That was kind of a presentation, but by different people, right? Okay, everybody's being quiet. I think we've either gotten a lot of stuff out or everybody's getting tired or hungry, I guess. Could be that too. But yeah. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. Based upon the last comments and then also others, do we have the student voice represented in our school board as a school board trustees anywhere? I think at the state board we do, but at the local level, do we have a student voice as well? Just a thought.
Okay, hold on, if you're going to respond.
I know that Washoe does. I didn't know if it was in state law or how that was worked as well.
Thank you. This is Deb Oliver for the record. There are several school boards in the state that do have a student representative on them, and that is something that has been a conversation among the different boards to add that voice. There is no requirement from the state for that.
Thank you. I actually, that's one of the thoughts that I had as we were going through all this, is where are the students in that process? Okay, other questions or comments? Okay, let's see. Hold on one second. So I'm gonna finish up this item. Do you want to wrap it up and then then either we can talk about that issue or you can talk about that issue?
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Coiner, NCSL. Thank you for your participation sort of in, round 3 or round 4, I guess it is. And what I heard, and feel free to correct me, we got a framework for guiding principles for change, and in that there were 3 items: representation and diversity, qualifications, and accountability for members serving. Is that fair? Okay. The other thing I heard is eligibility of members to serve and having an educator representative. And then I heard expanding democracy in state board elections. Should we consider an at-large member, ranked choice, voting? I assume that's a voting process, right? Okay. And then considering public finance of elections. And then you, Assemblywoman Anderson, added perhaps having student voice at meetings, and some do and apparently some don't. And there's no universal requirement for that. Is that correct? Okay. And shall I now talk about the rank? Okay. So now you all get to get up and oh, after. Okay, explain it. Okay. After we finish the meeting, you all will get to come up and, just like the old days in Chicago, vote 3 times. You get to vote 1, 2, and 3 on your preference for the most important things to give the committee guidance, and at least vote for your preference on how this process moves forward. So you'll get to pick 3 things. Is that clear? 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll add up the 1s and the 2s and the 3s. So at the end of the meeting, is that right, Mr. Chairman? Okay. Is that clear? Everybody good? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's only for the members won't do that because we get a chance. We get to vote on at some point somewhere in the future. So I just want to thank everybody for being here today and participating in this process. I think we've had some good discussion. As I talked to some folks, I didn't we didn't hear any like totally off the wall ideas. I mean, but some of these things that we've heard before. You know, one of the ones that I always throw out just to kind of get people to think about it is, what about having smaller boards, more local, that then that also have representation on a bigger board, kind of like a consolidated board versus nobody's ever talked about that. And I don't know that anybody does it across the country, you know, but they do it I know a library district that does that in New York, where they have smaller boards and then they send a representative to the consolidated and then they do that. But so if there's if you run across any of those kind of ideas, make sure you can send those to our staff. They'll include that. Of course, you can, in any other ideas that you think about after the fact, you can, you know, send those so that we can have those. So, but with that, thank you. And just so you know, we'll have another meeting at some point to kind of consolidate all of this. And then somewhere down the line, in one of our last couple meetings of the Education Committee, we'll have a discussion about how we as a committee might want to go and where we want to go. And so keep an eye out for that. We'll have another one to kind of see if maybe we can coalesce around anything. You know, I haven't made up my mind on what where we should go, and I don't know that I think there might be some things, as was mentioned, that we could coalesce around, so that could help. And I think just remembering that we're just trying to make this better for our kids. You know, whoever, the one that brought up, it was the adults. You know, we the adults have to do the right thing so we can do the right thing for our kids. So thank you, and I'm going to go back to my seat now and finish the meeting. All right, so we're going to go now to item number 3 on the agenda, which is public comment. Now, this is going to be the regular public comment that you remember. You have 3 minutes, and since you've had a chance to talk about that other, I mean, you could, I guess, bring it up again. But if you have other items that you want to bring up, come forward and just sit at one of the things and push the button, and you'll have 3 minutes. So anyone wishing to give public comment, please come forward. Go ahead. Like I mentioned, this one's different because I won't. This one we won't respond to anything you're going to say, but you can say anything you want on the record, and you can move that off the side if you want. That's not connected to anything. I don't think. Might be. Well, maybe. Who knows?
Thank you, Anna Binder for the record. I just realized we missed a huge discussion today, which is the fact that NRS 388G already has a component for municipalities to have ECACs or Education Advisory Committees. We could maybe potentially look at somehow working into that law to tap into a broader or more general type of, different type of oversight too. But that is built within that law. I wanted to, one, there's a lot of teachers upset right now that this is a meeting that they can't attend, and they always feel like their voices are not prioritized and heard. So I did point out to Ms. Salt that she was the only educator other than Ms. Lazos that submitted written public comment. So maybe I'll spend some time reaching out to the teachers and getting them to submit their ideas to you guys for a future meeting. I want to reiterate what Ms. Lazos said, because I think at last legislative session, a lot of us testified against appointed boards, but it was predominantly because I think we all felt that it took away constituents' ability to hold their elected officials accountable. So I'm sure you guys will read that too. And then I also, I believe if I email something in, does that get lodged in public comment?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You could send, just send her down. You can send things in under this section, which would be public comment. And if you wanted to send stuff in for the previous stuff that we talked about under the discussion, it would get put there.
Okay, great. I'm going to attempt to get Trustee Ford to produce to you guys. She has a very extensive file of research and tracking that she's been doing on Chiefs for Change, that AJ Craybill guy. And I really think that you guys should all review a lot of what she has put together of what's happened across our nation anytime that they're involved in our education systems. So I'll send that forward, or if she doesn't do it, I'll send it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to give public comment? Since we're only taking public comment from this room, I don't see anybody else coming forward. With that, I just want to mention, just want to thank everybody today for being here and testifying and participating. I know that some have mentioned, that it's hard for some of the teachers to come, especially when we have our meetings during the day. But we also have to use staff and all that to make it work. But we might be able to work something at some point to do something in the evening. But we'll have to look at the schedule for that. Today's specific meeting, just once again, I want to reiterate, I wanted to make sure that we were able to have discussion. And that's the only reason that we didn't do the online. You could hear it online and watch it, I guess, but you couldn't participate because it's just really hard to have these kind of deep discussions that we really needed to have in this instance. So, so I appreciate everyone being here. And an archived version of this is available online. And our next meeting is currently scheduled. Our next regular meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, May 18th. So unless I missed something from members, that is all we have for today. So we are adjourned.